made to Stormy Daniels by Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer and personal fixer, to prevent her claims of a sexual encounter with Trump from surfacing in the final days of the race. Now, the prosecution has just wrapped up its opening statements. The defense is now saying that what Trump is accused of doing is not a crime. Trump has denied wrongdoing. This is ABC News. After months of back and forth in Great Britain, the country appears to be ready to move ahead with a plan to send migrants denied asylum to another country. ABC's Tom Rivers has a story from the Foreign Desk in London.
Some of the failed asylum seekers who arrive on the coast throw their passports overboard on arrival to hide their home country identity for possible deportation. Now, that will no longer be an issue for the British government, which is prepared to move them on to a third country, Rwanda, thousands of miles away. Illegal migration, a huge burden on the UK taxpayers, and a huge issue in this year's election here. Tom Rivers, ABC News, London.
4 Germans now facing possible charges in Austria for marking Hitler's birthday. They were caught over the weekend laying roses at the home where Hitler was born. Work is underway to turn the house into a police station to try to prevent people from gathering there. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Broncos have unveiled new uniforms and helmets, the first major uniform change for the team in 27 years. The helmets have a 5280 insignia on the bottom front with the player's number and Broncos on the back lower part. There are 9 primary uniform combinations. A current and former Colorado senator discussing bipartisanship and compromise in an event at CSU today. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet and Republican former Senator Cory Gardner discussing the importance of finding compromise, ways to find common ground, and the power and fragility of democracy. Gardner says it's important to listen to those whose opinions you may disagree with.
We have to listen to each other. We have to make sure that we are finding ways to work with one another, that our country's fabric is being torn apart, not just internally, but there are outside powers and forces.
Senator Bennet says he and Gardner's record of bipartisan accomplishment for Colorado demonstrates the value of finding common ground for the greater good. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Through downtown, a new accident, I-25 northbound, right lane blocked at Colfax with stop and go back from Santa Fe. We're seeing about a 10-minute delay. North of there, I-25 southbound before I-70. A crash has been lingering with slow driving back from Highway 36 and I-270. Further north, I-76 westbound before I-270. Another wreck with stop and go back from 88th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 today. Another warm one out there. Overnight low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow cooling down a little bit with a high of 63. Mostly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature is 63 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% on your choice of any 10 or more select Samsung major appliances. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 5/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Everyone thinks mortgage rates are extremely high, but that is not entirely true. Mortgage rates are much lower than the average credit card rate of 22%. Consider how much interest you're going to pay on that credit card if you're only paying the minimum payment every month. Now, if you're a homeowner, a cash-out refinance with American Financing can help you pay off that debt and lower your monthly expenses. American Financing is saving homeowners just like you an average of $854 a month. Their salary-based mortgage consultants will show you how much you can save every month with no upfront fees and no obligation. You might even close in as fast as 10 days and possibly delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you even greater savings up front. So get the financial relief you need and stop living paycheck to paycheck. Call American Financing now, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Because everything is still expensive.
You got that right.
You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. How are you doing? We got Dan McKenzie with us, estate law. That's always a popular topic for texting if you want to text, or you can call. And of course, you don't. Texting is 57739. And of course, we don't limit to one topic ever, but this is really important stuff I wanted to ask him about. He's estate planning. He's an attorney. What is an estate plan? When do you need one? When do you not need one? Meanwhile, I want to talk to you about your problems, questions, and complaints. So let's get to the phones and talk. Now, when you're not here, or when you don't call here directly, you can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, and we'll call you back like we did James. James, what's going on with you, James? What's happening?
Hey, I've got a little problem. It's not a big problem, but I just can't understand this. I needed to get a shuttle service from the airport, Denver Airport to Grand Lake, and I booked it on November 21st of last year. And
wait a minute, when you booked it November of last year, when was it for? How much in advance did you do it?
That was it. That's when I booked it. It was November 21st.
Oh, and for November 21st. You mean you did it immediately?
Yeah. I got picked up. I got picked up on the 6th of March. That was I was supposed to be picked up at the Denver airport on the 6th of March, and driven to shuttled to Grand Lake, which was fine. And I also, at the same time, that I had.
So James, you called in November for a pickup in March.
Right. That's
got it.
So then I in 2 weeks, I wanted to be picked up back in Grand Lake and taken back to the airport. And they agreed to that, and I paid $166 one way and then another $166. I paid in advance. So anyway, when I did get picked up on March 6th at about, I think it was 11 o'clock, and that worked out great. Shuttled me to Grand Lake. Well, I was all done with what I needed to do in Grand Lake, and I just called the day before on the 19th to just check to see if, they were going to be there at noon the next day. And the lady on the phone says, we're sorry. We can't pick you up. It's too far. I says, excuse me? How am I supposed to get to the airport?
Now, wait a minute. They never let you know that?
Right.
Had you not called just to check, you would have never known?
Exactly.
What the hell is that all about? I mean, listen, I used to have this fear all the time about everything. In fact, when Uber and Lyft first started, I couldn't believe people got up in the morning and they had to go to the airport, right? And without making any prior arrangements, like about an hour before or whatever they needed to go, or that they would just go on their phone. And I thought, what if somebody's not there? And I don't know if that's ever happened to anyone with Uber or Lyft. So I always found that extraordinary, let alone making an advance reservations. Now, when you told the driver, I need a ride back to the airport tomorrow, did he write it down?
No, it was in 2 weeks. It was in 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks. Okay.
When I first was initially,
Yeah.
the 6th, and this was the 20th of March. So anyway, here's the deal.
But wait a minute. Did they write it down? Did you call a number, or did you tell the driver?
Oh, no. I had this all confirmed. I have it in writing that it's all confirmed.
Okay. And you did this basically 2 weeks in advance, and the night before you find out they can't make it.
Yeah, they just said, we can't, we're just too far. I said, excuse me, I have a flight at 5 o'clock.
And had they ever called you or left a message or texted you or anything?
No, nothing.
All right, so what's going on now? What about it?
Supervisor. I need to talk to a supervisor. And she says, let me check my supervisor. She comes back about 5 minutes later and says, no, I'm sorry, you can't go to the airport. We're just not picking you up. I said, wait a minute. I already paid for this. What am I supposed to do? Oh, you know what? We do have another service. It's a private service, which we could hook you up with. I says, well, how much is that? He says, it's $5.99. And I says, okay, $5.99.
That was more than the flight, wasn't it?
Shoot, yeah.
Anyway, what happened? What happened? Did you take the private service?
Yes, I had to take the private service.
Well, you know what I would do? I swear to God, what I would do is I take those guys to small claims court and use your verification by email as proof that they screwed you.
So anyway, I sent him a letter about 4 weeks ago, just as I came back. I sent him a nice letter just saying, this was not right. You basically owe me $433.
I get it.
I had to pay this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you if you truly had a confirmation. And they did not let you know in advance that they couldn't do it.
Yep.
And what happened? What do they say? Are they agreeing to pay you back or what?
No, they're not even responding. I called them. They won't answer.
All right, well, we're going to call them. What's the name of the shuttle?
It's called Grand Mountain Rides. It's in Fraser.
Wait a minute. They're located in the mountains, and they said it was too far?
Yeah.
Okay.
They even advertise. They advertise that they go to Grand Lake. I mean, shoot.
Wait a minute. You can't. No, I would never let this go. If you truly do you truly have a confirmation number for the ride back?
Yeah, I should have it somewhere here. I've got all.
Did they just plan on not showing up? What? They knew you were booked, but they just planned on not showing up, or did they not even acknowledge you booked it?
No, they acknowledged that I booked it, but they said they just couldn't make it because it's just too far. That was their excuse, and even the supervisors said, "Nah, we can't pick you up." So
Did you ask why they didn't bother to tell you?
I was so distraught at that time that, I was just going.
Okay, another question. Have you ever heard of Uber or Lyft?
They don't have it there. They don't have anything like that in Grand Lake.
There's no one around up there?
The only other shuttle service is Home James, and they do mostly Winter Park to Denver Airport and all that.
I love the name of that company.
In March, they just don't go all the way to Grand Lake because there's no ski lifts.
Kachina, who do we have that can do? What happened? I'm hearing static. Hello?
That was coming from Mark.
That's coming from, Mark's trying to get in. Mark, I don't know why we can't hear you, bro. We just heard static. Mark would take you to this shuttle place to small claims court using that verification as proof he had a contract and they breached it and it cost you money and all that. And we can do that separately, but I want to, Kachina, who do we have? Let's give it to a deputy to work on. I just need to mark down who we're going to give it to.
Sure. We could do Deputy Dollar, or we can also do Deputy Bo.
You know what I want to do?
Deputy Chopper?
No. Okay. I want to do our newest deputy coming in tomorrow. I want you to save it for her.
Okay.
Because she kicks butt, and and we haven't come up with a name yet for her. So what do? Her name is Jeannie, but I want to
Deputy X.
Huh?
Deputy XX.
Why XX?
Because she's a female.
Oh, fun. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that is, and our first female. First
Correct.
XX.
Correct.
Oh, man, we can come up with something like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We got more coming. Listen, James, you're going to be in good hands, man. We're going to see what we can do with this one. 303-713-TALK. Now, Diane wants to talk about an issue with DraftKings sports app coming up. Hey, Water Pros, the best water systems at the lowest prices. Now, I love the coffee it makes, but I also love drinking water, and I don't love drinking water, but I love Water Pros. Only $1,400, fully installed, triple filter, reverse osmosis under your sink, doesn't even require electricity. It runs off the water. 303-862-5554.
Steve Powers here. Have you seen the 2024 Polestar 2 featuring Scandinavian design, sustainable materials, and responsible manufacturing ideology? Take delivery on a new 2024 Polestar 2 today. Lease a Polestar 2 and lock in discounts up to $11,500 on in-stock, ready-to-deliver units. Right now, Polestar Denver is currently offering $299 a month lease payments. The deals are electric, so drive into the electric age with Polestar Denver, a McDonald family dealership. Visit us at 240 St. Paul Street in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
You know, I want to talk to Joe Cano, a certified financial planner, about retirement and about having income. I want to also say something else. When Joe talks about the stock market and retirement not being a good combination, he means that while you might be younger and invest in the stock market and have some blue chips or whatever you want, growth funds, when you get closer to retirement and you have built up a nest egg or a lump sum, you don't have the horizon to recover from losses. So he has other ideas for some of that money because people are worried about that, Joe.
That is right, Tom. You know, you said it perfectly. You know, the stock market is not bad. I'm not saying that. You know, what's happening here, America's aging. We're getting older. You know, there's about 10,000 baby boomers a day hitting 65, and they have built a nest egg with a 401k or IRAs or other retirement accounts, and frankly, they're very worried. They're worried that the market may be down when they actually trigger their 401k or their retirement accounts to give them an income for life. So for the last 20 years, Tom, we have been specializing in building income streams to help people develop income streams that will last for the rest of their lives. As a matter of fact, a couple of people last week, you know, they called it a paycheck for life. Think about that. I mean, it's so nice to be able to count on a paycheck after retirement that will actually last consumers for the rest of their lives. They don't have to worry about the market going up and down. They're going to have a steady paycheck. And that's exactly what we do with our guaranteed pension account, Tom. You know about the benefits.
Absolutely.
Besides getting them a 15% bonus, they have no worries. It's a guaranteed product. They can transfer 401ks, retirement accounts, IRAs into it, and forget the worry, forget the ups and downs of the market, and just basically enjoy.
Exactly.
I tell people to enjoy retirement.
And all you have to do is call Joe or go to his website, but I'd prefer you call him. You can have a private meeting, a phone call, no obligation, 303-779-6600, 779-6600. The website, mymoneymyway.com. K&H Home Solutions. They've been around for 65 years, 3 owners. I know the newest owner, Lee Diamond and his team, and his son. By the way, they're offering something extraordinary. They've always done replacement windows, but now they've teamed up with Alpine Windows, made right here in Colorado, a thermally insulated frame, fiberglass, and reinforced, and then a plastic technology, a film, I should call it, inside the window that makes it insulated almost like a damn wall. K&H Home Solutions has all of your solutions, from roofing, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. Go to the website from the original name, khwindows.com, or call them 303-421-7100.
Thank you.
Hey, oh, never mind.
I heard some popping during you.
You heard popping?
Yeah, I don't know if it's your connection. Shannon, do you hear that or no?
Shannon, tell him to shut up because he's just trying to piss me off again.
No, I'm telling you, I heard like all kinds of popping. I think it might be me, is why I'm asking if he hears it. It might have been Joe, though.
I'm taking a mental health day and not listening to either one of you jackwads.
Great. Great.
Well, Mark, I had your thingy up for a while before you connected, I guess, and we were getting some crazy sounds. I didn't know you weren't there.
That's funny.
What, that I would think that you would be there? Yeah, that is funny, because the show starts at 6.
Exactly.
I know you're doing other stuff, man. You got bigger fish to fry than this little thing.
Got big fish to fry, baby.
You almost think that your next move is going to be to the Virgin Islands. Oh, wait, that's been done. Gosh, it must be really cold in New York. All these protesters have complete head covers on.
Wonder why.
Maybe
they're saying they heard the snap, crackle, and pop on YouTube as well. I think it was Joe.
Oh, something from Joe's phone?
It had to be. It was bad, man. I almost took my headphones off.
I know I did. But not because of Joe.
What's the deal with the gambling?
The who now?
The DraftKings caller.
Oh, I don't know, but I bet it's good.
I lost a bet, and they took my money. Damn it.
Broncos winning the last Super Bowl seemed to be a lock.
Yeah. At 5,000 to 1.
We're a minute late here, so hurry up.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Diane, what's happening with you and DraftKings?
Hey, Tom. Basically, I'm actually calling for my daughter-in-law, but they placed a bet on DraftKings Sportsbook in December of 23, and it won. And DraftKings, it was like $1,370 that they won, and DraftKings denied.
How much total? I'm sorry, how
it.
much total?
$1,370.
Okay.
And DraftKings has denied to pay it to them because they said that they don't believe that it was them that placed the bet. So my daughter-in-law has sent like her driver's
Well, what does
license,
that mean?
Social
They don't
Security
believe
card.
it. What do they mean?
They don't believe that their identity is correct. They're not paying them because they don't believe they're the person that is on the account, basically.
You got to give us a little more than that. What the hell does that mean? Are they saying that they didn't give a Social Security number, or they made the bet while they were out of state? They've got to be giving more info
And
than
Mark,
what you're telling us.
Mark, there's something else too. Even if they don't believe those people belong to that account, why don't they just pay the account, and then you worry about getting access to it? In other words, isn't that how they do it? Don't they just pay the account? Don't you have an account balance? And if they have access
it's going
to
to be
it,
it's going to be attached to a Social Security number. The bet had to be made in the right state. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's more to this than they're simply saying, hey, we don't think it was you. That doesn't make any sense. What else are they saying?
Well, I'm like I said, calling for my daughter-in-law, but I did find out from them that she has since submitted like her Social Security number, her birth certificate, her driver's license, picture of her to show that it's her account that the bet was placed on, but they just refused to pay the payment out. So she's done everything she can to prove that it's her
that's
account.
not even. They don't even. See, this is what I'm confused about. They just pay the account. And then
what does that mean? I don't know what you're saying, Tom. They pay if you win the bet, you get it. You have to own the account.
Yeah, but where do you? Okay, Mark,
social.
If you win the bet, where do you get paid? Where?
They put it in your account.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, then you can transfer it
No,
to your
I'm talking
bank
about, don't they have online accounts for each? In other words, they don't have an account on DraftKings then.
Yeah, they do have an account with DraftKings. Yes, a username, password,
right,
just like you would with Netflix.
So when you go on that account, there's no money taken in and out of that account.
Yeah, you make a deposit, and then that's the money you bet. If you win, it goes into your account. When it's in your account, you can cash out into your bank.
That's okay. So then what difference does it make who has access to that? That's up to that account holder. So in other words, why don't they make good on the bet to begin with, and then let the account holder worry about whether Diane's daughter-in-law is going to get the money or not?
First of all, the IRS reporting is very important under any legal online gaming. So if they did not give a correct Social Security number or something along that line, they're never going to pay it because they're not allowed to pay it.
You mean if they believe the original account was set up fraudulently?
Yeah, exactly. Something along that. That's what I'm saying. There's more to this. Or the other part is if the bet was placed out of state, and they don't think these people actually placed the bet.
Well, they live in Colorado. I don't think that would be the situation. But bottom line is they are not getting paid for this $1,300. And
but why? That's what we keep asking you. What are they saying?
They have to have a specific. Go ahead.
They're saying that she's not the correct owner on the account.
Okay,
and
good.
Based on what? Them with information.
Okay,
but based on what?
But
well, I don't know what
Diane, whose account is it? Diane, we're trying to help.
My daughter-in-law's account.
Okay, now, if it's her account, what I'm asking this is, if she goes on that account, not talks to DraftKings, but goes on that account, can she, to this day, place bets, or have they suspended the account?
I don't know if they've gone on to place one since then because they never got paid for this one.
That's what I need to know, because what you're telling us is incomplete. We need, and you can call us back, but we need to know this first, or have your daughter-in-law call. We do have people that we can help. That can possibly help. But here's what we need to know: is this account still active? Or have they suspended the account? If they suspended the account, that makes more sense than just not paying. Because, for example, if I had an ACH that was going into my account, a bank account, the bank doesn't care who I am. They're only worried about putting the ACH in my account. Then if I have access to that account, I can get the money. They don't tell me, well, you can't have that money, because that's up to me and that account holder. If it's me, fine. If it's my wife, fine. But that's the part we don't understand. Are they not paying because they're saying the entire account is fraudulent, or are they saying something else? We need to know that, because what you're telling us makes no sense. Can she log on to the account right now and make a bet? Can she actively use that account? If so, then they should have paid the account. That's how they do it. So what you're saying isn't jiving, and I'm sure your daughter-in-law will be able to explain it to us. And we'd love to help.
Right.
What's?
I'll have her call.
Yeah, if you have her call, I'm going to mark this. If she mentions you, Diane, I'm going to mark this that she'll be calling. Then we can get to the bottom of it. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, 888-heating.com. They're doing $28 service calls for any one item. For example, the water heater, $28. You get a flush, you get a tune-up, you get a fix, and a diagnosis. If you need something major, then the $28 applied. They do that for a toilet, $28. If you have an HVAC problem, $28. And then they apply the 888-heating.com, the number 303-770-2776.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Through downtown, a new accident, I-25 northbound, right lane blocked at Colfax with stop and go back from Santa Fe. We're seeing about a 10-minute delay. North of there, I-25 southbound before I-70. A crash has been lingering with slow driving back from Highway 36 and I-270. Further north, I-76 westbound before I-270. Another wreck with stop and go back from 88th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 today. Another warm one out there. Overnight low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow, cooling down a little bit with a high of 63. Mostly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature is 63 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of Chuck Colson's redemption from Watergate to saving souls. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, RenewHomeInnovations.com will do your shower area. Take out that old, ugly tub and shower combo with the door, that diffused door or curtains or whatever, and put in a beautiful new shower that's beautiful. No threshold to walk over, to step over. You have beautiful stone walls, stone resin, no maintenance ever. And then you have glass panels. You don't even need a door or a curtain. They put in grab bars, benches, whatever. It's all custom made to you. 2 or 3 days, and you have 72 months to pay with no interest. This is incredible. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I have to call them. One of my doors decided it doesn't like closing easily. But whatever your garage door issue, whether it's the garage door itself or the opener, or you want a new one, they represent a lot of garage doors as their factory reps. They also can do openers of all kinds, and all of their prices are on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. RKC Automotive, I love Ramondo and his team. They have made so many pleased referrals for me. I tell them to go over there. They're going to like them. RKC Automotive on Evans, west of Tejon. Good old-fashioned service, great value, honesty, old and new, and foreign and domestic. They do it all. RKC Automotive. You know, look them up on Facebook or give them a call, 720-749-3965.
Thank you.
Cooling up.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard you start doing a commercial and you dropped off or something.
What?
Huh? What?
I'm trying to think the best email address for Duran. I have so many.
For who?
Frank Duran.
Frank at frankduranhomes.com.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Frank at Frank Duran Homes. Thanks. Because do I have that? God, he has so many different ones. Oh, I have that one. Yeah, I have that one too.
Did you go flying yesterday? It was nice out.
No, I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Did other things. You'll get Smith today, by the way, right after the show, and also Frank Duran's coming now, some of them. I did a new session with him, and I finally got those done. I don't know, man. I just can't even remember without computers how we organized all this shit. Remember? Look at, paper files. I don't have it. Do you have any paper files? I probably have hardly any of anything. Do you have to do record retention? Do you have strict requirements on records and all that? And like the digital stuff, does it have to be like where it can't be changed, some of them? Do they have to be like write once, read? And a lot of the stuff being digitized in the financial world has to be digitized where it can't be altered. You can't go in and change it. It can't be. It's got a signature. It's got a signature. All of this stuff is so hard that we don't bother doing. You don't bother doing it yourself now. You do like this in a box where they give you all the compliance. It's all subbed out. Because you can't possibly retain it in a way. Not all of these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of advisors can't possibly. So these companies now just serve you, with all your needs. Yeah. Do they have any law? Do lawyers have stuff like that? There probably are for big firms.
Sorry, hey, we're back.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's on your mind? How can we help you? I'm going to open this up now, estate planning. I said you could text us at 57739. Hey, by the way, you can call us about anything. But one thing I do want you to do is call before it becomes a big problem. Now, the one problem with the shuttle not showing up, I don't have a problem if they made a reservation, confirmed it, and then way in advance said, oh, by the way, we should have never done that. We can't do it. We can't take you. But he said he didn't find out till the night before when he called to verify, and they said, no, we're not coming. Well, then they push him off to a private service for like $600 or $500, whatever it was. It was terrible. Well, you can't do that, not if you had a written authorization or confirmation. So on this sports betting thing, the sports betting people have an obligation to make sure the accounts are real because there are people, I looked up, are setting up fake accounts so they can get gambling winnings without reporting them. Now, I'm not saying that's happening here, but they might suspect it is happening here. Or worse, it could be an excuse. That would be terrible if a betting app is purposely not paying off bet. I doubt that, though. But who regulates those betting apps? Because really, is it where they're located? I often wondered how they do that. How can online betting, are they prohibited in some states? Mark, do you know anything about online betting? I don't know how they legalize it.
I mean, during football season, I've definitely placed some bets, but I know for a fact that if the Social Security or there's any kind of strange stuff like that, they simply won't pay it.
Now, Candace is the daughter-in-law, and she's on the phone right now. So I'll wait on these questions for our estate planning attorney.
Yeah, I'm dying to hear what they're telling her.
So, Candace, I'm glad we're talking directly to you. I want to ask a few questions. How long have you had this account?
With DraftKings, I've had it since 2022, so about 2 years.
And you never had a problem before this?
No, I actually did in 2022. I had this same problem. So
how did you work it out?
So everything that I've tried to done. So the first time I had to send in, they wanted my social, they wanted a picture of my ID, they wanted a picture of me with my ID. And in 2022, that's all I had to do. But recently, it's like $1,300. They were cashing me out 2 hours prior, and then all of a sudden they put my account on hold and said I needed to prove my identity.
Now, Candace, help me out here. Just wait a sec. When you said they were cashing you out, under normal circumstances, when you place a bet and you win, doesn't the money automatically go into some online account with them or not?
So yes, it goes back onto your betting account, and then you can go in and you can cash it out into your bank account.
That's okay. That's what I thought. So what I want to ask is, can you get into your account right now and make a bet?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. So they suspended your account.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think they do this? It's because they think fraud is going on?
I think that's what it is. They just keep asking me to prove my identity. So I send in a picture of me and my ID, my social. I've even sent them bank statements proving that this is my bank, this is where the money came out of. I always just get the same reply where they want me to send it again. Or they'll wait until the next
time this
to
happened
reply
to
to
you,
me.
the last time it happened to you, was it specifically with a bigger bet that you won, or was it a smaller one? What was it?
It was a smaller bet the first time.
Really? And then how many bets since the first time before they asked for ID again the second time? How many bets in between?
Probably about 50.
And you never had a problem?
Nope, I never had a problem until that. It's like 1368, I think, that they won't let me cash out. And I've tried to contact my bank to go around it. I've tried to contact them. I've sent them every piece of information that I possibly can to prove my identity. And they just keep blowing me off.
Well, are they not communicating at all anymore?
Oh, no, they're not at all anymore. And this has been going on for about 6 months now. And there's also no actual way to talk to a physical person. It's just an automated email response.
Man, this is frustrating as hell. Wow.
Yeah.
Where are they located? Do you know?
I have no idea. I bet if we Googled it, we might be able to find out.
Okay, I was just curious. So you don't have a person or a number we could call?
No, and when you go on the DraftKings app and push contact us, it only sends you their email, and that email only responds with an automated response.
And you have never, the last time around you did this, you never talked to anyone?
Nope, I never talked to anybody. The only betting site I've ever been able to talk to somebody on is sports bets.
You know, that's kind of weird. I mean, but this is the trend nowadays. So did you call 877? This is what I looked this up. Did you call 877-435? Well, actually, it spells out something. 877-4, the number 4, Draft Kings. Have you done that?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And when you call there, what do you get?
You get an automated response system that tells you to contact the email address.
Did you? So you wrote support at DraftKings.com?
Yes.
And you got nothing.
And then I get an automated response that says, your account has been suspended. We need to prove your identity. Please send in the following information: a bank statement for this month, a picture with you and your state ID, and a copy of your Social Security card.
And you did all of that?
And multiple times I have done all of that.
Wow. Mark, what would you do?
Yeah.
I'd probably take them to court, but I still think we're missing something. I don't know what. Is the bank account you're trying to transfer into, is that in your name?
Yes. My name and my name only. It's not a shared account with my husband. It's only mine.
They're located in Boston,
Massachusetts. Is the money still in the account?
Yes, the money is still sitting in my DraftKings account. I just can't place a bet with it. I can't pull it out.
Can you log on right now to your account?
Yes.
And when you log on,
I can log on.
You can't do anything.
I can't do anything. I can just see their basic loading page. When you log in, it'll give you a home screen. I can see that. But if I try to make a bet or hit withdraw, it'll tell me account suspended. Please contact DraftKings at DraftKings support at DraftKings.zndesk.com.
Okay. Mark, I think, honest to God, you would do small claims court, but I wonder if they don't have an agent or do have an agent.
Oh, I'm sure they do. I would think so for sure.
Yes, they do. Let's see. I'm looking it up on the state. Okay, listen. They have to have one due to the registration in Colorado from the Gaming Control Commission. So, you need to look up their registered agent at the Secretary of State's office. Do you know how to do that? And what you do, let me explain what you can do. You can just take them to small claims court for breach of contract for the money. I mean, you have all of the copies you sent to them. You have the string of emails. I think you have everything you have. Yep. And I think if anything, that'll get their attention. You know, when Mark first started doing, I did small claims court for all kinds of little stuff, but I never thought of a big corporation, right? So Mark did this. I forget the first time he did the big corporation, but he found the registered agent. And in every single case, I believe, Mark, they called to settle. In every single case, right?
Everyone.
Every single one. And he found magic. So what we're telling you is not to put you off. It's
and they're listed, right? I just found them on the Secretary of State.
Good. I was looking it up, too. So thanks. Just so who is the registered agent?
It's CT Corporation. I've served those guys 10 times easy.
That's a professional registered agent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this one's a slam dunk, man.
Candace.
The only thing I don't know is I don't know how, if any way the Gaming Commission gets involved in this, but I don't think it matters. If you can't call up and talk to them, this will at least get you a conversation, no doubt.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
So,
how do I go about looking that up? Is it just easy on Google?
Just give her, Mark, do you have the address and the name? You can just give it.
No, just go, all you do is Google Colorado space SOS, and then you go to the Secretary of State's website. It'll be the first up, and then you hit find a business, and then you type in DraftKings, and you'll see DraftKings Inc.
Okay.
And then you look for and then it'll have the name of the registered agent. Now, many of these companies have registered agents that are professional registered agents for many companies, but you can still serve them. Do I owe you a break, Shannon? Am I late?
Yep.
Okay, more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Through downtown, a new accident. I-25 northbound, right lane blocked at Colfax with stop and go back from Santa Fe. We're seeing about a 10-minute delay. North of there, I-25 southbound before I-70. A crash has been lingering with slow driving back from Highway 36 and I-270. Further north, I-76 westbound before I-270. Another wreck with stop and go back from 88. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 today. Another warm one out there. Overnight low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow cooling down a little bit with a high of 63. Mostly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature is 63 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Israel strikes back, attacking Iran. We explain what's happening right now.
Plus, the Attorney General admits that fentanyl is the worst drug threat in American history, and yet our borders are open.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, one of my favorite people, no matter what you're talking about. But when we talk real estate, it doesn't get better. Now, you can get a free market analysis from Frank on what your house will sell for, and he takes into consideration all of the factors like the interest rate, supply and demand, the economy, the area, the comps, and it's all free of charge, complimentary, no obligation. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Hey, if you're looking for a personal injury attorney, you can do it a number of ways. You can call most of these firms and you call their call center. And you talk to an associate of an associate of an associate, or you can, be shuttled through a website and maybe get a call back. But if you want to talk to an attorney, you call John Fuller, and he's the attorney at Fuller Law, and he is pledged only to take the number of cases that he can work personally. So he'll talk to you right up front. Then you decide if it's a good fit if you want to. Of course, he has a support team, but he will handle the case. You get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. Plus, he works for you on a contingency fee basis, and you will notice what I call the Fuller difference. Yeah, because you'll be talking to the attorney. What a novel approach. John Fuller, Fuller Law, myaccidentlawyer.co. myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Genesis Total Exteriors. The name really says it, right? Exterior. The roof, yeah, that's exterior. The soffits and the fascia, that's on the edges of the roof, yeah. The siding or stucco, windows, doors, decks, railings, paintings, paint, outbuildings, they do it all. They do regular home improvements or all of your storm damage. Check them out. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
Thank you.
Thank you. I gotta get deputy. Deputy Genie. No. Hey, will people think, will that be controversial, Deputy XX? Hello, Mark? Anyone?
I didn't hear your question. Controversial what?
Kachina recommended for our first female deputy, we call her Deputy XX because of the double X chromosome. Do you think people will understand that, or will they think we're being like pornographic Deputy XX? What do you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't do XX.
Okay.
Call her Dos Equis, make people think she has a drinking problem.
So we need to come up with a creative name.
Dos Equis, the same thing, but without saying it. Dos Equis.
Dos Equis.
That is two X's.
Yeah, but it might make it sound like she's a drinker.
Yep. Knowing you, I would.
Well, come on, we got to come up with a clever name.
I got a gutter guy here. I'll be right back.
All right. What do you think? Does it sound double Deputy XX? That doesn't sound right for a female because it just sounds weird. Okay, so then Deputy
actual woman.
Deputy Broad. Just kidding.
Deputy birther.
Deputy Dame. Oh, God. I'm sounding like Frank Sinatra.
We got a tough broad on our team here.
Yeah, we got a dame here. The dame will take care of it.
She'll beat you like Johnny Stompanato.
Aw, man, come on. I'm going to put Deputy Jeannie here for now, but that's not that good. So what do you think? Help me out here.
Hey, Kelly, did I get a package from...
Not that we're aware of. Coming back.
Free never sounded so good. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Deputy Doc, you have a comment on Candace's situation. What is it?
He has to do, Tom, is call the Colorado Gaming Commission. They are like bulldogs. They will go after the DraftKings, and if they threaten their license in Colorado, I guarantee that she will get action very quickly.
Really? Hey, Candace, did you hear that? The Colorado Gaming Commission, did you put is she still on, by the way, or not?
I don't think so.
All right. Maybe she's still listening, or we're going to tell her. Thanks, Doc. Have you really? They do listen to complaints?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even minor complaints from the casinos, they investigate it pretty quickly. They're very, very conservative when it comes to following all the rules.
Thank you, Doc. That's Deputy Doc. And I don't know. I think he gambles now and then. Hey, Steve, you have an HOA issue. What's going on? Did he just get disconnected there?
From life support.
He's not on. Okay. So, we're going to come back with our estate planning attorney with questions like, what do you do when you inherit a bunch of stock accounts? Do you liquidate? How do you liquidate? Where are the taxes paid? How are they paid? Also, somebody wants to know about heirs. Are they automatically equal if not specified, or can they be specified? That and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino. Get your calls in, 303-713-TALK.
Sorry, I was on the phone. Did things fall apart there?
What do you mean?
Well, Doc hung up and the chick wasn't there.
Oh, Doc didn't hang up.
All right. Sorry about that.
I mean, I got him.
All right. You got enough of Doc, did you? All right, go poo.
Yeah, I can, huh?
Long time.
anytime you want anything, just let me know. Oh, wait, I left my phone upstairs. You're an attorney. Are there any restrictions to having your own office, or can you go right out of law school to your own practice?
I know. That's one of the things, like, as soon as you take the bar exam, you are.
Which is weird, and there's no even like specialties. Now, in medicine, you have to. Well, you don't literally have to, but there's board certification for different specialties, right? From those experts. But a doctor literally is the same. He can do anything, but they don't because of the board certifications. But an attorney, do they have different boards of certification for estate or for personal injury or for, all of that? Do they?
Usually not. There's a couple states that allow it, but for the most part, you're not allowed.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, a very interesting question we got for our estate planning attorney, Dan McKenzie. Then I'll go to the phones. Our number, 303-MARTINO, by the way, is a good number, because if you don't get right through, and you probably will while we're on the air, if you don't, though, if it's after the show or at night, we will call you back. Our promise to you. Really. 303-627-8466. We believe in access. Now, Dan McKenzie, attorney at law, on my referral list, referralist.com. He does estate planning and all of those issues. And this is a very interesting question. When it comes to heirs, is it assumed they all are equal if not mentioned in the will? That's a very interesting topic. Like, for example, a house, are they equal? Stock account, are they equal? Bank accounts, are they equal? Whatever they're on, are they equal?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. If it's not stated, then yes, it will be assumed equal shares. Yep. So we can add, you can own a house as tenants in common. So that's like you each own separate shares of that house. If you can specify in the deed, this person owns 70, this person owns 30, but if you don't say anything, it's going to be assumed that it's 50-50.
But you can dole out percentages. That's interesting.
You can, but then you don't own it jointly anymore, meaning that if one of you passes away.
No, I don't mean you and your wife. I mean your heirs. Can you say this person gets, this heir gets 30%, this heir gets 70%?
And we're talking about a specific asset?
Yes, like a house or a car or a piece of art. Can you dole out percentages?
Yeah. Yes, but the result will be a tenants in common ownership. So again, that just means you all own separate shares, and that's probably what you want, frankly. But yes, you could do that.
Okay, so what is the default? The estate is in a lump sum and everybody divides it up?
Yeah, usually, like the intestate laws are certainly very vague about that. And most estate plans are kind of like, here's the percentage of the overall estate that we're giving to people. Usually it's equal.
And we've had cases where they will inherit a house, some siblings, right?
Yeah.
Two of them want to sell, two of them don't.
Yeah.
Right? Can you specify in a will, and maybe people should, and I don't know how you handle this. How do you handle that? Should they specify not only the asset, but what to be done with it?
You got to be really careful with specific gifts. I tell people, it's nice to have specificity because it lowers the chance you're going to argue over who gets that house. Right. But on the other hand, you have stuff like this where it's like unintended consequences where exactly what you just described.
So is it, then can you say the house will be dealt with in this way?
Possibly. I mean, there's limits to, what's going to happen is probably one of the people who wants to sell, for example, is going to go in the court and ask for it to partition it, and then that's basically a forced sale.
Because here's why. We had one case where a guy specified that he wanted this house, a vacation home, kept in the family. And three of the kids said, yeah, well, that's cool. And the other one says, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be bought out. I mean, and can someone deceased actually dictate that?
Not really. I mean, that's what trust planning is for. And then you got to have some mechanism in there to cover all the HOA fees and taxes and insurance. I mean, is this kid going to,
So it's not that easy to control an asset after death.
No, you got to be very careful about that. Yeah, because all that stuff I just mentioned.
And you could be hoodwinking someone or should I say straddling them with an obligation.
Yeah, and we're not going to do that, right? Yeah, so that kid's not going to be forced to pay all that
let's
stuff.
say there is a provision in a trust or in a will. Can the majority or all heirs, if they're in unison, if they're in agreement, can they have it changed? Even though the deceased wanted this, can they say, listen, we're the heirs, we don't want to keep the house, we all want to sell it?
There is a mechanism for a private agreement among heirs and beneficiaries where
that
they can
supersede
agree.
Or not. Well, yeah, it is a supersede, a supersession of the decedent's request, no?
Yes, but you'll have to look and see because there might be future beneficiaries who are going to lose out on, they should have gotten this house too, right? So they might have to sign something. So it's tricky.
Oh, wow. That's why you have a 833 CO plan. Steve, let's talk, man, about this HOA. What's going on?
So the hailstorm that happened in Aurora last summer caused significant damage to the condo that I live in.
Yeah.
And there's 3 other units that are attached to this one building that we all live in.
So is it a townhome or a condo?
So there's 3 townhomes, and then the condo sits on top of the carport that I live in.
Oh, but they're all condominiumized, meaning it's one building with 4 units.
Correct.
Okay. Now, was that the only building in this whole subdivision, or are there several buildings like that?
There are several buildings, and they all received damage.
Okay. Okay, got it. So now, what's going on?
So now the HOA is wanting to replace the roofs and repair them.
Sure.
And there's a $9,000 deductible for each owner of each unit.
Well, it's either a deductible or it's an it's an assessment. It really doesn't matter what they call it, but what they're saying is insurance won't cover that amount.
Correct.
Okay, so then what?
So then I reported that to my insurance.
Right.
They say that I have an outdated plan.
You do not have what they call, you do not have loss assessment coverage. Do you know what loss assessment coverage is?
I'm sorry, it cut out.
Okay.
Say that again.
They say you have an old plan, which probably means you don't have loss damage assessment. Loss damage assessment is very simply this. It covers you for assessments for insurance losses only, by the way, not just like if there's an assessment to fix the pool or the parking lot or anything like that or landscaping, it won't cover it. But if there's an insurance loss, they do have certain coverages that go up to a certain amount depending on the policy. You can get a policy that covers pretty damn big assessments, or you can get a policy that caps off at $2,000. So you don't have that. The bottom line, though, you don't have that coverage. Is that correct, Steve?
So this is where it gets confusing because they said that I do have loss assessment, but not because it's under the deductible for...
Okay, hold on. We got to talk about that. Let's get Compass Insurance on. Here's what I think they're saying. I believe, now we're going to ask Compass, unless Mark, you remember this. I don't know, but we talked about this once before, and that is loss damage assessments will cover certain assessments but not necessarily deductibles, or they cover deductibles but not shortages. I don't know, something like that. I'm going to have to get our insurance expert at Compass Insurance Group on. And by the way, we'll have them on. They do that insurance checkup. So hold on. Let's get Compass on, Kachina, and see what we can do for that. Steve, this is important, so we'll get you an answer for this. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We also have Mackenzie Law, Dan McKenzie, and we were talking about heirs. And some of one of the reasons you would want a trust rather than a simple will, because you can have more specificity and terms and conditions. But I want to ask him another way I heard about doing it. And it might be a tricky way, but I don't know. Someone once said, well, my dad put things in an LLC and the ownership was left to the kids in certain percentages. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at lifelock.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I hope you never need. Are you there, John?
No, he's not there now.
Oh, okay.
We just lost him.
Okay, that's fine. If you get him back, let me know, and then we'll see what he wants to talk about. Right now, though, I will talk about this because it's really important. We've heard Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, by the way, about preparing for retirement. And he's a big believer in fixed annuities, which have a guaranteed income for life based on the account value, depending on how much you put in and how long it festers. You can do a one-time pay and get immediate income. You can let it grow. And these are all written guarantees. They're fixed annuities. They're not variable. Okay? And they are safe. They're guaranteed in writing from institutions that have been around 100 years or more. So if you're interested in taking part of your portfolio and putting it towards some income that is guaranteed, check out Joe and Become the Banker. Well, that's the name of his company. And you can go to this website, mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600.
John's there, loss of future earnings.
John, I'm glad I have you now. John Fuller, as you know, is our expert on personal injury. And people say, what kinds of things can I sue for? Because we hear the expression pain and suffering. Can you break that down? And part of that, would it be the future income possibly I could have made?
Yeah, so it's kind of an interesting subject. So pain and suffering falls into what we call non-economic damages, which means it is based on the intangible nature of your damages, like pain and suffering and things that have to do with quality of life and your activities and stuff like that. On the other end of the spectrum are things like medical bills and wage loss and those kind of damages that are economic damages, and those that are quantifiable. But sometimes future economic damages kind of drift over into more of a speculative nature. And so we sometimes get people that say, oh, in 6 months I was going to get promoted and I was going to make a lot more money. Or oh, I've got a patent on an invention and I'm going to make millions down the road, but I was unable to do it because of the accident. Sometimes that may be true, but because of the speculative nature of those damages, you're not able to collect them. So if what you're counting on in the future still includes the possibility of it happening or not happening, it then falls into the category of where it's not probable and therefore it's not compensable. So dealing with these issues of future damages are something that good personal injury attorneys deal with every single day, and the time to begin dealing with them is right after the accident happens so that we can build the most persuasive and effective case for you. That's what we specialize in. Give us a call and we can help you.
John, I do appreciate that because there's nothing ever easy. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it. And John Fuller has proven to have an approach direct to his consumer, direct to his client. And you get his cell phone number. You can talk to him at any time. That's what I love about it. 303-597-4500. Notice the difference. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
You're the best. Thank you for that.
No problem. Thanks for putting that in my ear. That was great.
I'm going to drop the ball.
Well, don't tell people you've dropped the ball. Kelly, you're fine.
Yeah.
We fixed it, and Tom's a consummate professional, is able to take direction very well. It's not like that Alec Baldwin guy who would have shot us by
Shannon
now.
thinks he's going to be dropped off the lawsuit because he's complimenting me, but
about 10% of the time, I really like you, so just take it.
Oh, 10%. Wow. Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm busy.
I cannot believe that I'm looking at my LinkedIn messages, and I responded to a couple who are pissed off.
Oh.
Do you know why? They were in 2017.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Oh,
I don't think you're taking this Ebola thing seriously, Tom.
Oh, my God, these messages are so old.
George Bush knew the attack was coming. What?
What attack?
Right?
Oh.
Cut it out.
Well, now I've taken all my messages that I haven't read. Oh, I got to get rid of these. Some of these said, "What the hell? This was back in so-and-so," and I think, "Oh, sorry, bro." I wish I could delete these en masse, but you can't. I want to get rid of all my listeners.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I have Jeremy Curzio with us from the Insurance Help Center, or actually Compass Insurance Group. We call it the InsuranceHelpCenter.com because what they do is the insurance comparisons to make sure you're not paying too much, to make sure you're not underinsured, or to make sure you're not overinsured, just to make sure it fits you. And again, that's free of charge at 303-996-9000. Jeremy, now listen, Jeremy, this guy says that he has an older policy. He was slapped with an assessment, but there's a weird difference here. He is saying that his assessment coverage that he has will not cover, what is it, Steve? Explain that. It will cover something, but not the deductible. Is that what you said, Steve? Are you there, Steve?
The deductible for the... Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello. So the way I understand it is that it will not cover the deductible for the insurance claim through the HOA.
But it would. What will it cover? What will it cover?
I didn't ask.
Okay. Jeremy, can you, if you have loss assessment coverage, tell me the limitations or exclusions under that.
Sure. Well, there are. So none of our companies do this, but there are a few companies out there that will not pay the loss assessment if it's purely to share in the master HOA's deductible, which is really silly because that's 99% of what you're going to get
Then
assessed
what will
for,
they
because
cover?
a
Then I
loss-
don't understand. If they won't cover the deductible portion, what will they cover in those circumstances?
You're correct, because your all loss assessment policies or coverage is only going to cover damage from a covered peril. So hail, wind, fire.
Right.
You know, if you get a notice in the mail and says, hey, we're getting a new clubhouse, and you get an assessment, your insurance isn't going to cover that, just like if you were going to do something, an upgrade to your own home. So that's just it. It's always going to be something that comes from a covered insurance claim, which is what the HOA policy is covering, because they're insuring all the shared common owned property, and then they assess that deductible. So, I mean, the only example would be if there was damage, let's say you had hail damage, and the HOA decided it wasn't enough damage to file with their master HOA policy. They were just assessing the damage amount.
So it's a useless
from all the
coverage.
unit owners.
It's a useless coverage if you don't have it cover the deductible.
Correct. Yeah, we at one point had a couple companies that tried to go to that limitation, but they backed off of it. But yeah, you need to make sure that your HO6 policy's loss assessment covers HOA deductible share.
Hey, Steve, who is your carrier, your insurance carrier? Not your agent, the carrier.
It's Allstate.
Well, okay, enough said. So, you now are stuck with $9,000 in assessments because it's a deductible. And like you said, Jeremy, there are very few circumstances when the shortfall, I mean, what else would it have done? I mean, it's always going to be deductible, isn't it? I mean, when unless, like you said, they decided to self-insure.
Right.
Okay.
But everything else, for it to be covered at all, it has to be a covered peril from
I understand that. Like if
they're
they
gonna
want to
put
pave the parking lot and they assess you,
right,
that's not going to be covered. Now, I have a weird question, Jeremy. Do they ever have a deductible of the deductible? So if you have loss assessment coverage and it goes up to like, and it's for everything, everything peril related. And let's say you're assessed $10,000. Can your insurance company make you pay a deductible of the deductible?
Yeah, you have a deductible on the loss assessment because they're not whether it's a shared deductible or not, and most times it's going to be, you have to look at it from this is the insured's loss. If you have an HO6, the unit owner's loss is whatever their assessment is. So you have a $10,000 loss assessment, you're still going to have your deductible that goes into play for that, but you're only paying that one deductible because obviously the HOA is collecting this money to pay their deductible.
Does it surprise you that Allstate doesn't cover deductibles?
There's been a lot of back and forth with insurance, the HO6 policies and these master policies with that, or the HOAs, I should say. And to me, what's surprising is that companies just don't charge what they need to charge for the risk. If you start putting in, we're not going to cover for this scenario when it's so likely that's going to be the scenario, it causes those types of problems. I'd rather see companies just charge appropriately for what the real risk is and not have people have to go to that level to try and figure out.
Yeah, exactly. Not have them surprised when they need it.
Right.
Okay, by the way, thank you. And they do the insurance checkup at 303-996-9000. And Steve, man, this is going to be a real hardship. Did they give you a payment plan of any kind?
I have 6 months to pay it.
Well, man.
So,
I would change my policy if I were you.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to find a new insurance company altogether.
Yeah, and I suggest you call Compass. Seriously, they can hook you up. They're a broker. They represent like 25, 26 companies, and I'm sure they're going to find one, definitely get away from Allstate, man. 303-713-TALK. Okay, now I want to talk to Dan McKenzie, attorney at law. I'm going to go back to our wide shot here. We were talking about leaving a home or leaving an asset, leaving art, and they all have presumably an equal share unless you dole out percentages. That can get messy. But what about, and he said if you had a trust, it's easier to do, and with a trust you can also dictate terms and conditions. What about people who believe that an LLC, for example, they put something, whatever it is, an asset, into an LLC, and when they leave that asset, they're actually leaving the LLC that owns the asset. Is that a way of doing it? And then that LLC can be run by the heirs?
Yeah, it's a really great solution, actually, because the problem with trust is that there's a trustee in charge, and the parties might change over time because kids start growing up and they become interested in the property as well. An LLC lets you specify, you create an operating agreement, you say here's who has the membership interest, here who has the right to make major decisions and minor decisions about the property, here's how you buy someone out if they want to get out, all the stuff about appraisals and stuff like that.
If you had the a home, for example, in an LLC, and they were current owners of the LLC before passing, they don't get the stepped-up basis then?
You would get the stepped-up basis in the LLC.
The LLC would get the stepped-up basis. Because that becomes the entity.
Correct.
So the members would enjoy that stepped-up basis.
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Now, we had another question. On stepped-up basis, and for those listening, what is a stepped-up basis? Well, it's to minimize tax, really. What it's saying is this. If somebody bought something at $100 and sold it at $1,000 because it increased in value, they'd have a $900 gain, right? Absence of any exclusions. Now, but if that $100 thing you bought was left at death, some items get a stepped-up basis, meaning the day of death it was worth $1,000, not $100 anymore. So the heirs get it at $1,000. That doesn't mean they claim $1,000. It just means that's what their asset is worth. So now if they sell it for $1,000, because that's the current value, they don't have a gain. Okay, what do you enjoy with stepped-up basis? Is it only a residence, or do cars? What gets a stepped-up basis?
Yeah, really, any stocks. I mean, stocks.
Everything is valued on the day of death.
Correct.
So for stocks, that could be up or down.
Yes, you can have a capital loss.
The same with cars would be down most likely, unless it was a collectible.
Yeah, you usually don't get capital gains in cars.
Right, of course. So in essence then, you don't inherit the basis of anything, or are there certain assets where you would inherit a basis?
If something was done, like putting it into an irrevocable trust of some sort to evade estate tax, then you can lose that basis step up. So there are certain planning
and you can lose it
techniques.
if you quit claimed it to somebody.
If you quit claim it during lifetime, that's possibly a lifetime gift, and it depends on your intent, but you probably will lose the basis. Step up.
See, this is all very, very interesting.
Yeah.
And I love, you were the first one actually that brought up that LLC idea. It's a cool idea. I mean, it really is. I'm surprised more people don't do it. Now, obviously, it doesn't take the place of a trust. So I'd like to go over when you would definitely want a trust. When could you get away with an LLC? 303-713-8255.
Yep.
I thought maybe you died. I was going to send the ambulance.
KHOW.
Funny.
30 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
It took a while to
Download
get
the free
hands out of your
iHeartRadio
pants, right?
app
To
for
get
all
up
your
to the
music
board and
and
press the
They
button.
weren't in my pants.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound before 84th, a crash in the right lane has slow traffic back from 120th. At this moment, we are seeing 20 minutes of delayed driving through the area. Otherwise, calming down throughout the Denver metro for the late morning commute. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the DIA area, as well as out west into the high country. I-225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 today, nice and warm out there. Overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, cloudy again with a high of 63, warming right back up on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature in Denver, 69 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with members-only offers. Learn more about our new loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions, see Lowes.com/terms for details.
So here are some sponsors I've actually used in my home, or I've referred them to people, or both. And Fix It 24/7, definitely for furnaces, water heaters. Here's what else they do. They do plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and they do the Extreme Clean for $39, which is the best deal you're ever going to get. If you can get them in, even now, to work on that AC, $39, they spend an hour or two, possibly two or more, and they practically refurbish the whole system. And they give a no breakdown guarantee, and they're the only ones that truly get the dirt out, which is the number one killer. Get it done. 303-526-3939. Excuse me, 720-526-3939. But it's better. Just go to the website, fixmyhome.com, fixmyhome.com. Hey, Simply Floors, Inc. I love Buddy and Karen Mitchell. I've used them, and I recommend you use them no matter what floor coverings. They have them. That's right. They have luxury vinyl planking, hardwoods, veneers, laminates, and carpeting, of course. And they have expertise as well. They'll even send an expert to your home, and then the best installers in the business. Simply Floors, Inc. That's I-N-C, simplyfloorsinc.com. I surely hope you don't ever have need for a restoration company. That would mean you had a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, maybe even an unattended death. Or maybe you discovered one of your properties had an illegal meth lab. Told you not to rent to your cousin. But here's the deal. If you need truly a restoration company, don't let your insurance choose one. They'll choose cheap. You need someone good because your insurance only pays once. You want them to pay the best, so you're not stuck with a mess. American Restoration 24/7. Rock and his team have the knowledge, know-how, experience, bonding, insurance, and everything to get the job done right. AmRest247.com, 8337-AM-REST. That's 8337-AM-REST.
Award-winning.
Yeah, thank you. It doesn't, well, okay. You might come off the lawsuit eventually here. So, anyway, so listen. So.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk to Heather, who wants to talk about a car issue, buying a car, Mile High Honda. Was this new or used, Heather?
I purchased a new vehicle.
A new? When did you buy it?
Last Monday, a week ago today.
Bought a new vehicle. Okay, well, that should be a happy time. What did you buy?
Exactly. It should be a happy time. I bought a 2024 Honda Civic Sport Touring.
They're wonderful. Wait a minute. You bought a new 2024. You bought a Honda. Where did you buy it?
I am so sad to say Mile High Honda.
Now, what the hell went wrong? I mean, so far, like I said, okay, what went wrong? What's going on?
Well, I think the finance guy was, kind of misleading. Well, he was misleading. He told me that I've only seen 2 people come in here within the last month to get the deal that I was getting. It was supposed to be like a 6-year warranty contract for like under $1,000, like 6 years maintenance free. If my rims
they're called F&I guys, finance and insurance. The F&I people, they're usually liars.
He was. He's big time.
Let me tell you something. It's called, let me tell you what this is called. Packing a deal. Okay? Now, let me explain something. Unless you're packing for insurance for vacation, the packing is never a good idea. And what that means, it happens in real estate, it happens all over. Packing a deal means adding stuff in. And I'm telling you, I met a person one time that had their deal packed $12,000. But the good news is, when did you buy this?
Last Monday.
You can get that stuff removed.
Well, he removed like $4,000 worth of stuff, but he wouldn't remove the gap and he wouldn't remove the windshield coverage.
That's too bad. No. Because you didn't ask forcefully enough.
Well, they're being horrible. I went in person the next day, and the finance guy that dealt with me was not there.
How much total pack did you have on the deal when you walked out the first time?
I think it was like after financing, like 52. But then now I already have
I don't want to know about the
finance
finance charge. I want to know the actual purchase. Did you trade a car in?
I did, and that's what I'm waiting for. They're telling me, I got an email this morning, I'm waiting for a $16 check for a 2019 Honda Civic Sport.
Okay,
that
listen.
I traded in. I owed $400.
I can't even imagine how screwed you were in this deal because, especially, look, if you trade in a car, and did you owe on that trade?
$409, yes.
That's what you owed on it, right?
Yes.
So what you should see clearly on your buy order, Heather, is first the purchase price of the car you're buying. Second, the amount allowable for your car minus the payoff, so your net equity, and that should come off the top. Then they should charge you sales tax after that, and then all the packing. Is it clear or not?
Well, I have my my Honda Finance because I had my 2019 through there, so now I'm able to look it up. I put in my VIN, so now I'm able to see that I owe like $42,000 on everything.
Yeah, but that's not my question. Do you have the original purchase agreement with what I just told you, the purchase price, the trade-in allowance, and all of that?
Yeah, the purchase price was $31,000, and then they brought it up to $37,000.
You need to send me that one-page purchase agreement. Do you have it electronically? Okay. Do you have it?
I do. I have it on the the fob, and I can print it. Yes.
You don't have to print it, but you can email it to us. I really want to see it, Heather.
Okay.
Because it's not too late to back out a lot of that stuff. It's not. I don't care what that F&I guy told you. He lied to you. You can back out all of it.
Yeah. It's been a miserable thing. And then, get this.
Is that really what you're calling? You're not calling about the product itself. You're calling about the packing.
Well, yeah, the whole deal. Plus, I had snow tires on there that I forgot about. And we also told him the next day we went in, I was like, well, I have snow tires on there. And he's like, oh, they won't fit anyway. He lied about that. So,
well, hold on. Hold on. But what were you going to do? Put your regular tires on the trade?
Yes, because I had my all seasons at home, which I took into them, and I'm waiting for my snow tires, which they haven't contacted me. We
can help with that. We can help with that. But
yeah, they're horrible.
I need
and
to
plus,
see.
They're going to charge me $130 for that.
You mean to take them off and? Well, you know what? That's kind of on you. That part. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know what I mean. You should have been prepared for that. But here's what
I know. Yeah.
Heather, if you let us look at that, if you let me look at that right as soon as you can, we can talk to you today about it, because it's not too late to do something about this. I'm really happy you called now as opposed to waiting a month, because then it gets more difficult.
Thank you.
So hold on.
you.
Kachina, have her email us that as soon as possible. That Got it. I just need the purchase agreement. Now, if she has her financing, that's too. But I really want to see the purchase agreement, and forward it to Mark as well, because that's going to tell the story on how they packed it and how bad it was. And maybe she even was charged on the financing for credit, life, and disability and all of that. I hope not. Let's find out right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Up on the north end of town, roadwork continues I-25 southbound at 84th. Watch out for road crews with slow traffic back from 88th. Only a 1 or 2 minute of delay for the late morning drive. Over on the east end for folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound has got a brand new crash reported just before Chambers Road. You're going to see stop and go back from I-225. I-25 northbound, it's easy driving through downtown. 225 north and southbound, no complaints through the Aurora and Tech Center areas. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 today, nice and warm out there. Overnight low of 40, cooling down a little bit tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 63. The current temperature in Denver is 72 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Get their Springfest doorbusters while you can right now at Lowe's. Stock up on $5 spring cleaning must-haves from Scrub Daddy, Tide Simply, and more. Offer valid through 4/22 while supplies last.
Hey, if you are ever in trouble and you need a criminal defense attorney, the worst thing you can do is start searching for one when you're in trouble. What you need to do is basically do your shopping when you don't need one. Now, obviously, I'm hoping you never need one, but who knows? You might have a relative, a friend, a child, who knows? You might have to refer an attorney to. Joe Lazzara is that attorney, Joseph A. Lazzara. Lazzara Legal, Lazzara. A DUI, an assault, a scuffle with a neighbor can be an assault sometimes if you yell too loud. I'm serious. You never know what's going to happen in life. I hope it doesn't happen. But Joe Lazzara, he'll do free initial consultations always, and then flat rate pricing. That's 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200, also at referrallist.com. Hey, theartofgranite.com is a countertop place, the Art of Granite, but they do more than granite. They do any natural stone or man-made materials, and they give you prices on the phone. They also tear out and haul away free. And another thing they do, either a free sink or a free vanity in the bathroom when you have the kitchen done, or you get free edge treatment or a free backsplash, or you get discounts up to 25%. You have to call them to find out more. Theartofgranite.com, prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Yep.
Is Mark still there?
Huh.
Or is he
Hard to
working
say.
on his? Is he working on his stuff?
I don't know what that is.
So, I was going to show you some stuff here, my history, some of the crap. I mean, but you know what I mean. Have you? I mean, like, some of these are. Wait, is that all I have? I had way more. Oh wait. See all recent chats. Okay.
You know, I'm amazed, like when you say like, give me like some medical and like some really technical information and write it like Jerry Seinfeld or something like that. And they write it like Jerry Seinfeld. Like, how is that possible? It's crazy.
And then I say, oh, they're so obscure that how does it find and then compose it? And then I even found where they left, okay, like calculating alternative minimum tax. What are the preference items that are added back to your income to come up with it? You know? Okay. Now come on, that even for an accountant, they got to think, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I said, when calculating for alternative minimum tax, I said, what are the preference items? They gave me some, but they left a couple out, and I said, why didn't you mention this and this? They, oh, excuse us for the oversight.
Okay.
Or
All right.
excuse me for
All
the
right.
oversight.
Bye.
And then gives those. I said, are there any others you forgot?
Good morning. Thanks
And
so
they
much for
say-
calling the Tom Martino Show.
I can see your concern. Okay, but what I'm saying is that how is that written in? Does it baffle you how it can like how do you even program if thens if you can't anticipate all the ifs?
Okay, has Bo called you?
Okay, so I don't know. And damn it, that's why I think it's a great science fiction
Oh,
story.
yeah.
I
Okay,
really
then you
believe
should be
it's a
working
great
with Bo.
story because it's intriguing as hell.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
wondering.
Yeah, basically contact him. No problem. Thank you. Bye. Oh my god, he's so stuck in the elevator right now.
Who's he?
Ryan.
I thought he said I just did that to get a rise out of you.
Who's stuck?
No, he was totally joking about that.
Tell
He's
Tom.
totally
Tell Tom.
stuck.
Tell Tom.
Who?
Okay, Ryan is stuck in the elevator at iHeart. He's between floor 1 and 2.
Who?
Ryan.
Ryan.
Oh my God. I hope that never happens to me, or you're going to hear screaming and ranting and raving.
It's so funny. So he basically had to use the little phone in the elevator to try and get anybody.
Doesn't he have a cell phone?
He does. Yeah, that's how he texted me. He's like, yeah, I'm stuck in the elevator, but don't check your messages or anything. And I'm like, I'm working. What you know, and yeah.
So does
he's
he have to
totally
wait
stuck-
like for someone to come over there?
Yeah.
And
they
what
told
if
him
they're on
40
parts delay because of COVID still?
They basically said 30 to 40 minutes.
No, that would, oh no. No. You know
Oh my
what?
God, the luck.
I ain't using those elevators now.
Dude, it happened to Lee Larson. Oh my God, I need to put some WD-40 on her. She's squeaking. Kill me.
It's 30 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so, Tom, you want to talk about an issue with an insurance guy. What's going on, Tom?
Tom, I've owned a warehouse in Fort Collins for 30 years. The last, 6 years, I was under lease with a cannabis grow operation. We were fully insured with an insurance company that would insure the cannabis grow. And
now, what do you mean
we're
insure the
getting-
cannabis grow? You mean what does that mean?
They would insure my building
Oh.
knowing that it was being used for cannabis
I got
grow.
it. I got it. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so their lease was technically up December 31 of 22. I was back there in November of 22 and didn't like what I saw, and they were starting their demo for moving out.
Why didn't you like it? Why didn't you like it?
The tenant brought in a demo crew that didn't know what they were doing. They only demoed partial of the building.
Well, what were they supposed?
Wait.
What were they supposed to do?
Return the building in as good or better condition than received.
So, did they move out voluntarily, or were you evicting them, or not renewing?
No, they were planned on moving out at the end of their lease, which was December 31 of 22.
Okay.
So when I got there in November, I planned on meeting the backflow inspector, and we found that the building was frozen solid. So the tenant wasn't maintaining the heat, and we had a bunch of damaged water fixtures.
So wait a minute. So they were not growing. So at the end, so when did this freeze happen? Before the end of their lease?
That's correct. And they chose not to make a claim on their insurance, which would be a covered peril. And I've been an insurance adjuster for 27 years.
So Tom, you had the landlord insurance on this, right?
Right. Plus the tenant carried a building policy.
Got it. And this happened back in 2022. You discovered all this?
Yes.
Got it.
So
keep going.
To make a long story short, they told me I brought in the city. I had a list of lease non-compliance items that needed to be taken care of before December 31. And I also brought in the city to do a walkthrough to make sure that everything that was supposed to be permitted was permitted. And the manager of the inspectors was kind enough to show up.
But bro, this was back in 2022. So tell me, what happened?
Well, the tenant said that they could not meet the permit violations and the lease non-compliance, so they asked for an extension to March 31 to comply, and that's fine. So March 31 of 23, I'm talking to my broker ahead of time about new insurance because it's not going to be a cannabis grow building anymore.
Okay, but were you... This was back... Okay, we're going to continue this. But can you answer me yes or no? Did they fix the building or not? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, we're going to take you up right after the break. I'm Tom Martino, plus other calls, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Very nice.
Hello.
Oh no, not at all.
What do you need? What are you done?
Just as you see it.
Are you done blowing the Amazon driver?
Hello.
What?
I can't hear you. Hello.
You're Noom, right? Still Noom?
God, shut up.
Hello.
Yeah.
Shut up, Mark.
Hello.
I'm going.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I'm stepping away.
Can anybody hear me? Hello. I guess no one's there.
Yep, we're not here.
I can't hear anybody saying that they're not there. If you're not there, let me know, please. Hey, when's the A-team coming in?
Dragon will be here in a few moments.
Excellent. Excelente.
But the funniest story
That
of
means
the day,
that
the
excellent
funniest
in
story
Mexican.
Of the day, Mark. All right, are you ready?
What?
Ryan is stuck in an elevator right now between floors 1 and 2. And
Are you
it's gonna take
serious?
30 to 40 minutes to get him out.
He's seriously stuck.
Yeah, he's stuck. Like the elevator stopped working between floors.
We
1
should
and
do
2.
a live on-air interview when we come back with him.
Oh my God, it's so funny. I can call his cell if you guys want to put him on air.
Tom wouldn't know how to do it. It's a good bit, but it's not going to happen. It'd be a great bit, actually. We're going to go to live to Ryan in the elevator at the iHeart mothership.
Whatever you do,
Oh my God, you're out!
don't take a third elevator.
What? You're out! Oh, he
How'd
just
you
got
get out?
I thought you said 30 minutes.
You know, if you would lose a little weight, that wouldn't happen again.
Details of a suspected cyber attack earlier this year on the water system in Muleshoe, Texas, are now coming to light. A Russian government-sponsored hacking group is suspected of digitally forcing its way into the control system of the Muleshoe, Texas water supply, causing the town's water power to overflow. Issues been fixed, but the cyber attack has shaken the town's...
Hey, Kelly. Kelly.
Yes.
Damn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, did someone deliver papers for me?
Yes.
Excelente. Guess who they're for?
It's a big envelope.
Yeah, it's for that Jeff Jolliffe, the transmission guy.
Monty.
They're suing him. I'm going to go serve his ass.
The guy
I'll probably
is
go
Monty.
up there during the show tomorrow
Yeah.
and
So
serve him
Monty
live.
is the name of the gentleman. I can I have him in the office right now.
Yeah, I'll pick him up. I'll go serve him tomorrow, most likely.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Jeff Jolliffe.
Yeah. Okay, it's help.
What's up, Dragon?
LP.
Who goes there?
Finally, I think we've got some talent in the building.
Oh. Wait, I don't see you.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you're not here.
I'm sorry, what? No, we don't have facts.
No, we don't deal in facts.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Bye.
What's a fact?
Oh, Ryan got out.
He's out. He's sitting at his desk.
Oh.
Give me the skinny. Is she trying to keep the money? Was she bitching that Tom made her cry again?
Always.
What?
Tom made this woman cry.
Always. That's
She
the
called
best
up
when that
crying to one of our referral list members. I mean, bawling. He called me a thief.
Have you ever used a tinge unit?
No.
Oh, they're cool. They're good for a lot of things.
just used Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I have a contract I have to draft for some people.
Yeah.
I did one similar before, so I just fed it the old one and I said, give me a list of questions based on this old contract that I need to ask the new people.
That's what I'm
It
getting
immediately
at.
spit out like
That-
2 pages of questions.
That's
right?
what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, do you use Chat or I use
The
Copilot.
Copilot, yeah.
I like Copilot better. Now, I was using Chat GPT. I canceled it because I do the paid. Did you do the paid version?
No.
What? Of Gemini, of Copilot is free? I don't know why I paid, because I wonder what the difference is. I just thought automatically
Yeah, I can't figure it out.
I'd get more.
Do you use the Google stuff at all? Like, do you use Bard or Gemini or anything?
Well, I tried just Chat, and I tried Cactus, which is like, ever heard of that one? No. It's like, there's a million of them, and Cactus is like a kid's one, or a student's. And I bought an account for my son, and I tried it. And now
It's
I'm
cool
using-
as hell,
we're
man.
both using Copilot.
10 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's going on in your life? We have Dan McKenzie with us from McKenzie Law. We're talking about estate planning and stuff. And we have some very interesting things to go over on structuring and, what you do with stuff you're left, or how do you leave stuff the proper way. We're also going to talk to you, so give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And waterpros.net will get you a whole house water system to get out the forever chemicals or any chemicals and metals and all kinds of impure stuff if you want. Good for laundry, good for your body, good for your skin, good for plumbing. But here's the deal. You can also get the drinking water option. That's only $1,400. Let's put it this way. No matter what option you get from him, you'll never pay less, because he has the best prices and the best technology. I'm a firm believer that water is one of the most essential nutrients, and we got to treat our bodies right. 303-862-5554. Now, 862-5554. So Tom was talking before the break about something. He has a commercial building, and my God, did I have that disease one time. And he was renting to a cannabis grower. And what happened was the cannabis grower was supposed to put the building back the way it was when he left, when the lease was up, but did a whole bunch of damage to the pipes and to the place and didn't do it properly. Is that a good summation, Tom? You were left with a mess. Is that right, Tom?
That's correct. And this leads into the issue.
Now, that takes us to spring of 2023, so keep going.
As of December 31 of 22, the tenant told me that they will not be able to comply with the permit violations.
No, I got it. And they asked for an extension, and that brought us to spring of 2023. Then what?
Right. So their deadline was March 31.
I got it.
In the meantime, since I was switching from cannabis back to a non-cannabis building, I was researching my building insurance. My long-term broker for many, many years would only give me one quote, and I asked for multiple quotes. So I went to a different broker. This different broker, she wrote me up a policy with an inception date of February 1st of 23. which was before the March 31 last day that the tenant was to cure their defaults. And April 1, I showed up and I found the mess.
So, what is your question?
My question is, in the fall of 23, I reached out to my broker and asked for a copy of my declarations page. And the broker was not in town, and her assistant emailed it to me. And I'm looking at it, and then I replied back asking for a copy of my policy because we were going from cannabis to non-cannabis.
I don't know what that means exactly, why that matters, but okay, so you got a new policy. Did you get a look at it?
I didn't get the policy, but I got the declarations, and the reason that it matters is most companies have an exclusion for any cannabis operation.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Now that makes sense to me. I didn't know that. So keep going. Then what happened?
So this new broker, who I just happened to find on the internet in Fort Collins, because I now live out of state, I reached out to her. She put together an application, and all I received was a DocuSign document, and I DocuSigned it, turned it back in, gave her my check, and the inception date was February 1, but the tenant had until March 31.
No, I get it. I'm getting all of it. So what are you calling about now? What is going on now? What's happening, man? I understand all of this. So you got new insurance, non-cannabis. The tenant left you with a mess. Where do we stand now? What's the issue today, Tom?
The broker filled out the application that the building was leased to a plumbing company for plumbing services and storage of equipment and materials.
Well, let me ask you this. Did she lie about it?
False. Yes.
Why?
Well, I think she just wanted to sell the policy and get her premium. And,
okay,
and
so
if you look at
did you? How much did you pay in premium?
Well, the first year was 40-some hundred, and it went up like 60% this year.
So
that's
why?
where I
What?
got a
Tell me.
closer look.
You didn't have any insurance loss, did you?
No, I did not.
So
But
what are
my
you? So
concern is
right
that-
now you have not been damaged by this, but what are you calling about? I still can't figure out what you're calling about.
Well, my new broker falsified the application, and my concern is looking back on my old policy or looking back on my current policy.
Right.
It says that I do have coverage if a tenant moves out and I am making repairs to the building. It is not deemed as being vacant. So I've been making repairs on this building back and forth for a year now. And my concern is if I do have a loss, I probably won't have coverage.
That's right. You won't. You won't. That's
Right.
exactly right. However, there is something called a contestability period in some insurance policies. I don't know if it covers casualty property damage. In other words, if they did not catch mistakes, they have to insure it. We need to call, again, our insurance experts. So hold on. We're going to get you an answer onto what. Now, then the other question is this. If you wouldn't be insured and they weren't covering the risk, then you paid for nothing, which means you might have an action to get your money back because you did not get coverage, even though she said you had coverage. So there are a number of things to explore here. All right, so hang on. Hang on.
And
This.
to add to that,
What's that?
Well, to add to that, she also renewed me this past February, knowing that the building was vacant, and it still lists the plumbing company in there, and I never leased it to a plumbing company.
Well, did you know she was erroneously reporting a plumbing company?
No, I did not catch that until I looked at my declarations closer, because I was
All
worried.
right, let me ask you something. Who is this broker that you used? Where is the broker out of?
Fort Collins.
Well, did you ever let her know that you know she's a phony?
I reached out to her after her assistant gave me the declarations, and I followed up with asking for a copy of my policy. Her reply back to me by email is, I check my email 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. Any questions you have needs to go through your insurance company, not our office.
Yeah, but she's the one that filled out your policy.
You're doggone right she is.
Well, okay, hold on. Hold on. We're going to get Compass on. I need to ask them some questions. Tom, I don't know the answer. I don't know if you're covered or not. This is going to be a good question. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. If you want solar energy, ProBidEnergy.com, one of the companies we fully believe in, and they have special financing and grants for commercial properties as well. And of course, they will answer all of your questions. They have battery backup systems with a complete solar system for around 20 grand fully installed net to you after credits. ProBidEnergy.com. Oh, Dragon. I can tell it's Dragon because the reaction
Think
time
identity theft won't happen
wasn't
to you? Think again. There's a
16
new victim
seconds.
every 3 seconds in the U.S.
I'll take that as a win.
This year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss.
Doesn't it
I am
sound
stunned
like
that it was an almost
Leland?
on-time break. So
Doesn't it
there's
sound
that.
like Leland?
Dedicated
Am I the only one that
U.S.-based
thinks this
restoration
sounds like
specialists
Leland?
will work to
It does sound like Leland.
It's all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com.
FixMyHome.com. What does it mean? It means the best in plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains for service, especially their $39 screaming deal, which is an extreme clean of your air conditioner before the heat wave hits, and it will. And by the way, they truly are the only ones to get the dirt out. They spend 1 or 2 hours to get all of that dirt and grime and stuff out, and it's a practical refurbishment of your AC system, increasing efficiency up to 30% with a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. FixMyHome.com. Genesis Total Exteriors. Do you know what Mark does with Genesis? Mark Szymanski, the owner I've known for 25 years, he does everything on the outside of your house, from the roof all the way down. I mean, look at everything: the siding, the stucco, windows, doors, gutters, eaves, soffits, decks, painting. And he does it all on one invoice, one point of contact. So if you have insurance damage, it's a great way to go. Or, of course, you just want home improvements. Genesis Total Exteriors.
Talk and see if maybe he can help you out, okay?
So I wanted to ask, though, as the story goes, do you think it's silly? Do you think people will say, well, oh, it's just freaking programming, coding? Because if
Not
you
right now.
really
We're right in the
think
middle
about
of
it,
the
I can't
show.
be the only one.
So not right now.
Pretty savvy. Who thinks,
But
wait,
like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and
I don't think I've ever had anything that
and he should be able to contact you.
I'm trying to think in coding terms. How
Okay,
people-
all right.
Like I said, Google was pretty
Crazy.
fascinating to me. But anyone.
Good afternoon. Thanks so
familiar
much.
with early computers and searches. Like American Stream, picking them out and matching with worry is a whole different thing than this conversation. But what's amazing to me is that it all came to market.
Yeah.
Like that. But it wasn't just one chat. But they're all
All
of them.
these all
So
exist all
right.
the time?
So where did they all get that? Were they all working on the same thing, or were they
And this
all
is
working
Jiffy Lube?
concurrently?
What's your name?
And they happen to work exactly the same because they all work the same.
D-A-N?
Yeah, it is weird that there's so many, and I never heard of them.
Okay.
That's exactly
Hang on to
right.
me, And Tom will be right with you, okay?
I just think it's intriguing enough that it's like, we accept so much.
Yeah.
We do as people. We say, oh, well, here's the catch-all phrase, algorithms or you know what I mean. And we accept it, coding, algorithm. Oh, yeah, like, but.
The guys who are creating it famously really can't explain it. Like, it's kind of gone off, and they don't know why things are happening. Like what OpenAI guys?
No, I listen to TED Talks. That's the problem. People who talk about it do not talk about it.
Yeah.
They just talk about it, but they don't go under the hood.
Right. That's impossible. I think it's really literally not possible anymore.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
And like I often wonder if we suffered a giant electromagnetic hit, sun or from somewhere, where all of our technology was wiped out. How long would it take us to get back to this?
Oh my God.
Paralysis
because
is inability
we have been building on building on building on building on building. I don't know, is there some place that archives any original technology? Like the computer chip is literally, no one can explain to you the computer chip. No one. I mean, well, I can't. Do you know what the computer chip is a model of the original transistor? I mean, the original transistor was a relay. That's all it was, a solid state relay. That's all a transistor was. You feed this, it feeds that, right? So it was, you energize here and then get a completion of this circuit over here. It was a relay, originally, a transistor, had no thought, nothing. And then they put transistors together, so they figured that you could go in and how relays can direct things like a train station. When they put 1,000 of them together, they could like do all kinds of things at the same time.
They look like shit.
Well, I can understand that. And then they started, instead of having a literal transistor, would print the thing on a chip. So then you had 1,000 transistors on a big circuit board. What they did, started printing smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, because they realized signal doesn't care how big or small a conductor is. If it's signal, it doesn't give a shit, because you're not doing current, you're just doing signal. So then they made literally, you know how they do it? They do photocopies, right?
10 seconds here, guys.
And then
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Hey, Tom, welcome. I want to ask, where's Compass? I wanted to get Compass on. Hold on, Tom. I'm going to go to Dean until we get Compass on. Kachina, get me Compass, please. Dean, what's going on with Jiffy Lube?
Well, January 11th, I go after work, get an oil change. I'm headed to Nebraska. And
when did you get it done?
January 11th.
Got it. Keep going.
And I head out to Nebraska that evening, and it was 260 miles that I drove. Get a motel. Wake up in the morning, go to start my truck, 2021 GMC 3500 diesel, and I hear a gurgling sound, and all the oil's pouring out of the oil filter. So,
why?
Get a tow truck. Well, it was either loose or the O-ring was, the service place that I had it towed to said the O-ring was pinched.
How many miles were on it?
I have 81,000 miles, or had 81,000 miles at that time.
Okay, then what?
But only 250 on the oil change.
Oh, so that happened 250 miles later. Got it. Road trip to Kansas.
Actually, for about 5 hours later than when I got the oil change.
Okay.
And So I've been speaking with their
Well,
general
hold on.
manager
What did you didn't you left the part out? Was there engine damage?
Okay. That's what I've been trying to find out. They keep they won't tell me.
Well, wait a
they
minute.
can
Who you're
schedule a
trying to find that out
compression
from?
test. Well, from Jiffy Lube, they're going to run compression tests and everything.
No. You don't
I
let
believe
that. Wait, bro. You don't let the people who perpetrated it run the check.
Yeah, that would be stupid.
Well, where's your truck right now?
Parked at the job. My truck's been running fine.
Okay, listen.
And
when you
everything
went to hold on, when you went to Kansas and you saw this major oil leak, how much oil had drained out?
It didn't drain till I turned the engine on, and then it evacuated. Probably 9 quarts.
How much does? Here's what I'm asking. During your trip, you had no oil lights, no excessive heat. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then it evacuated after that.
The following morning.
Okay, 9 of how many quarts?
10.
So you had 1 quart, but it did not leave your engine till the next morning.
Correct.
Then how could you possibly have damage? You were lubricated. Doesn't matter if it was messy, it was lubricated. Now, after it drained out and you only had 1 quart, did you drive it after that?
No.
Okay, well, what makes you think you have any damage?
I don't believe I do. I'm just trying to get reimbursed the tow and the service that I had to take it to the shop in Nebraska.
Absolutely. How much did that cost you?
$200 in a tow and $280 for the oil change and to clean the whole.
So the oil filter O-ring or gasket was crimped.
Yes, I still have it.
Okay. Well, man, this is easy. They owe you the money, man.
It's just crickets when I leave messages. Nobody
hold
calls
on.
back. Nobody does anything.
Hold on. Where have you been talking to this Jiffy Lube? Where?
In Falcon, Colorado.
Is it individually owned?
Yes, that's what I was told. It's individually owned because I tried corporate when I was in Nebraska, and they said you had to call the shop, so I had to wait till that Monday.
We're going to give this to somebody to work on. This is absolutely asinine that they would not. So how much are you looking for again? I'm sorry. Let me write that down.
It's $480. And they said that, and Jiffy Lube said they were going to eat the original oil change. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that or not, but, because they did put the oil and do the work, just shoddy, albeit.
So for around $500, these guys are jerking you around.
Yep, crickets.
Well, it's going to be a slam dunk, in my opinion, to get this money, whether it's through us or Small Claims Court. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to put somebody on it. Kachina,
hello.
Let's put somebody on. Who do we want to put on it?
Maybe Deputy Dollar.
Let's do it, Deputy Dollar. Yeah. Because I'm thinking this is wrong. You need to be reimbursed, man.
Thanks, Tom.
I mean, I don't see how they can say no. These people, if people just did the right thing, goodness, it's not like you're exaggerating or something. All right, so
I have pictures and
yeah. I mean, look, if you were looking to put them together, it would have been way more than $500. Plus, your inconvenience. These people should do it with a smile, for God's sakes. All right, now hold on, because we're going to go. We're going to give this to somebody to work on. I have with me our attorney today is Dan McKenzie. He is an estate planning attorney, and we talked about creative ways to leave properties and stuff. So if someone forms an LLC and puts stuff into an LLC, if you put an LLC, let's say you have a business, and you put the business in the LLC. That's a pretty creative way to well, the business is already probably an entity, right? So can you bring on your heirs is it possible to bring on heirs into that LLC that take on more power after your death without doing it as a trust? In other words, can you write the LLC that way? Somebody wanted to know.
Yes. Yeah, you've got your operating agreement. It specifies what happens if one member passes away.
So really, it is kind of, I don't want to use the word trust, but it is kind of like a trust.
Oh, I compare them all the time.
It's an entity unto itself. And to me, it sounds almost like a cleaner. I'm not trying to say it should take the place, but it's a pretty clean way of doing some things.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of trust is you have a person in charge who's going to do stuff and make sure things happen. And LLC, you can have disagreements between members and it can be hard to resolve.
Okay, but with a trust, you have a trustee. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
And you're the trustee while you're alive, and then it goes to someone else. But how do you pick a trustee, though? It's got to be someone you truly trust.
Yeah, it's a big job. It's
It
a big
is.
job.
Now, do trustees get paid?
We always say yes in our documents, but it's reasonable compensation. So
can a trustee then be abusive okay, let's say you have a niece, a nephew, a son, a daughter, a sibling, somebody to be your trustee.
Yeah.
What's to assure you that they're not going to want too much?
They have to account to the beneficiaries. They have to tell them what they're taking. And if the beneficiaries think it's unreasonable, they can potentially take that matter to a court.
Can they reappoint another trustee?
Depends on what the trust document says.
So there could be a way then to remove the trustee if the trustee becomes abusive.
Yes, there often is.
But do you feel that's really, if you think about it, asking someone to be a trustee without being paid is kind of weird. Even if it's a relative, right?
I mean, they're going to have a right to be paid if they're doing all that work. Yeah. So, I mean, it's part of the trust.
Do they need an expertise to be a trustee or just trust?
No, they don't. I mean, most don't have any expertise in it.
Can I designate a law firm as a trustee?
Yes.
Do you recommend that or not?
We've got a number of professional fiduciaries that we recommend, and one of them is a lawyer, but she's not doing that in her law.
Again, though, this is not the same as a public administrator, right?
No, right.
Because public administrations over the years have been terrible, and I mean, in my opinion, they've been terrible for estates. Terrible. If the siblings can't get along, and they end up getting a professional administrator, you may as well say, well, we just pissed away a ton of money, because to me, public administrators, I don't know if they have a fiduciary, but it seems to me like they don't, because it seems to me like it's always their interest first. But what is the technicality of a public administrator? Which, by the way, is like your personal representative when you can't get anyone else to do it in your family because they're not getting along. So do public administrators have a fiduciary to the estate?
Yes, always, yeah.
Okay. Now, without naming names, without getting specific, you and I both know that is an area in the law where there's a lot of abuse.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Is that because the heirs don't know enough to fight it?
Yeah, I mean, public administrators are usually getting appointed where there really isn't a clear option. I mean, somebody's passed away, there's not really any close family, and there's real estate sitting there, nothing's being done with it, and somebody's got to get appointed to do it. And every county has a public administrator who's kind of on call to do those kinds of things. And so there's a little bit less. I mean, I think a court's going to watch that pretty closely, more closely than they would in a normal estate. But yes, because the beneficiaries are a little bit more detached in those situations than they usually are.
303-713-TALK. Now, I'm going to come back. I'm sorry, Jeremy, I didn't realize you were there so quickly. We're going to come back to Compass and ask them, what do they think about this insurance situation with this commercial operation? Tom could have been screwed. I want to ask their opinion right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Starting on the south end of town, I-225 northbound before Parker Road, a crash in the right lane has slow traffic back from I-25. We're seeing about a 6-minute delay. Over on the west end, I-70 east and westbound road work between Golden Highway 58 and Kipling. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic. This one's seeing about a 20-minute delay. I-25 north and southbound, we're back to highway speeds through the Denver Metro for the early afternoon commute. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 this afternoon, nice and warm, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, cooling down a little bit, partly cloudy with a high of 63, sunny on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Israel strikes back, attacking Iran. We explain what's happening right now.
Plus, the Attorney General admits that fentanyl is the worst drug threat in American history, and yet our borders are open.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. That name kind of describes what they do. They plan for your retirement. And by the way, they are sponsors of this show. I am a client, an actual client. What they do is help you build a nest egg if you're young enough, if you're getting older, how to protect that nest egg by keeping some of it in growth, some of it in safety, some of it for income. And they teach you what you should be doing to enhance your retirement through estate planning. They may recommend Dan McKenzie. I know they have in the past. Or they might do something like recommend long-term care insurance. Whatever you need to make your your estate plan complete. They consult with you free of charge, no matter how much it takes, how long it takes for you to feel good about them. Then they charge with the products they sell and some of their assets under management. But here's the point. What they charge is insignificant to what they save you. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com. Call them for a free consultation or go on their website. And it is 970-663-3211. All right, now let's talk about the art of granite. The art of granite is the art of countertops. Granite's one of them. They do so many different kinds of materials. Call to find out more. Quartz is really popular nowadays. By the way, all prices up front on the phone. Can you believe that? That's right. Maybe some square footage and a pick or two, and you'll get a price. Tear Out and Holloway is always free. Wholesale on all countertop materials, and they give prices on the phone, along with an incentive you choose, maybe a free backsplash, a free premium edge treatment. Maybe you want a bathroom vanity when you have the kitchen done, or a sink in the kitchen. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Get your price now, 303-386-5919.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Yeah, so we have Dan McKenzie on, and he is 833 CO Plans. CO Plans. PLANS.
And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care.
And if you need the actual number, it's 833-267-5267.
That's 720-405-3300.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck.
All
Have you been
estate
thinking about
planning.
selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Are you a decision maker in your company? Do you want more control of your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money.
So can you imagine keeping track of every you don't even have to do that as an attorney, do you?
No. But I mean, if you get sued in a discovery request, those emails can always be found. So.
And the other one is, let's see. There's some other.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show.
That's why I think.
Okay, sounds good.
Person
I'll be on the lookout for it.
No
Okay,
notes on
no
Zoom
problem.
calls, no recordings.
Bye.
Just text and email.
Oh, I love it when people call me Katrina.
Kachina, did that girl ever send a copy of her deal?
She's doing it right now. That was her.
Oh, good. Okay.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, now, Jeremy is with Compass Insurance Group, and we have a question. I want to lay this scenario out for you, Jeremy. Tom had a marijuana grow in one of his warehouses he was renting out, and he had to have special insurance for that. Have you heard of that, Jeremy, that regular insurance doesn't like doing that?
Yeah, it's typically a high risk.
All right. So now that his tenant was leaving, he's got to make a lot of repairs to bring it back to the way it was supposed to be, like after the grow, right? And in the meantime, he wanted to get new insurance, and he explained to the broker, I'm no longer going to do, any marijuana, which is fine.
Okay.
So therefore, that's where they stand, right? Well, he now was curious about his insurance, so asked for a declarations page. This is about a year after he bought that insurance. And the declaration shows that the broker did not list it as vacant, being worked on by him, which is, I think, acceptable. But it shows it as being rented out to a plumbing contractor. Is that right so far, Tom?
Correct.
So he wants to know a couple things. First and foremost, if he has a loss, is he covered? Or are they going to say she lied? And by him acknowledging, I think, do you have to sign a Dex page or something? I don't know. If they're going to say this is not going to be covered, and has he been paying $4,000 for nothing? What are your thoughts on this, man?
Yeah, I mean, it could potentially be a problem for him.
Is there a contestability period in casualty insurance like there is with life and health?
It doesn't work the same way, but there's a big difference between, if he had emails to her saying exactly what it is that he's doing and the broker wrote it incorrectly. There's a big difference between that in the first year and there is in the 10th year, right? So if it's something where he has proof that he can, show, it's like, hey, no, I was very upfront in what I'm doing, there's probably going to be more of an issue for the broker, but certainly something he's going to want to get fixed. And, especially if that company he's with doesn't do vacant homes or there's any issues with it.
It's not a home, it's a warehouse, but you know what I mean.
Or warehouse, warehouse. He could potentially have issues, so I think the best thing to do is, fix it moving forward so that he doesn't take that risk.
Okay.
Well, the problem right now, the only fix come this year upon renewal, I reached out to 4 or 5 different brokers for quotes. All of them told me the only thing they could write me up for is a high-risk vacant building. And
why?
It would be
why?
Because technically it is vacant. But the only caveat that I had in my back pocket was, under my current policy, it states if a tenant vacates, you still have coverage if you're making repairs to the building.
Yeah, but she's not reporting that. She's reporting it as, and here's what I think they mean. I don't think they mean you get insurance while you're making repairs. What they mean is if you have a tenant and they move out, you can make repairs. I don't think they want to accept it from the get-go as a vacant building where you're doing repairs. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't think you have coverage, Tom.
Neither do I. And
so, Jeremy, if he wanted to get coverage right now on a building, how severely damaged is it right now, Tom?
Oh, it's 90% ready for sale ready, because I've spent a year back and forth from St. Louis working.
Then Tom, then it is a vacant building.
That's correct, except the policy that she wrote me.
I'm not talking about that policy. It's useless. We're talking about getting a new policy. It would be for a vacant building. Jeremy.
Correct. And
Jeremy.
That's not an issue. That's not an issue getting a policy except for the cost. My question is, for the first year and this renewal on February 1st, I believe they owe me that money back.
Well, I kind of think they do too, Jeremy. Don't you think he could go to the insurance commission or something? I think he's been paying for something where he didn't have coverage.
You certainly can try. I mean, the problem is, it's, if they come back and say, well, we would have covered it. And
I know,
again,
see,
you know how that answer is going to be. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying you don't know if they weren't going to cover it. So had he made a claim and it wasn't covered,
how much he's paying around $4,000. How much do they want for the vacant building coverage, Tom?
It jumped to over $6,000 upon renewal on February 1st.
What is the building worth about? How big is it?
1.25 it's going on the market for.
And how big is it?
5,000 square feet.
So, Jeremy, does that sound $6,000 for a vacant building? Does that sound like a lot?
No, I mean, it is a lot, but not for the market right now. That's reasonable.
Okay.
If a broker binds me under a vacant building, it's going to be between $8,000 and $9,000.
Oh. You ought to get Compass Insurance Group. You ought to have Compass quote you on it just for the hell of it.
Well, and that's why I'm thrilled to be able to get in touch with you. I've been back there a month, and I'm driving to St. Louis right now, and it's worth all the time I've been on hold just to get your piece of advice. And
here's what I want you to do. I want you to call Jeremy at Compass Insurance. These guys are great. I've known him for so many years. Just call them for the hell of it. They represent 26 companies. They'll let you know in a heartbeat. I mean, these guys are just legit. 303-996-9000. 303-996-9000.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Starting on the south end of town, I-225 northbound before Parker Road, a crash in the right lane has slow traffic back from I-25. We're seeing about a 6-minute delay. Over on the west end, I-70 east and westbound, road work between Golden Highway 58 and Kipling. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic. This one's seeing about a 20-minute delay. I-25 north and southbound, we're back to highway speeds through the Denver Metro for the early afternoon commute. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75 this afternoon, nice and warm, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, Tomorrow cooling down a little bit, partly cloudy with a high of 63, sunny on Wednesday with a high of 77. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Israel strikes back, attacking Iran. We explain what's happening right now.
Plus, the Attorney General admits that fentanyl is the worst drug threat in American history, and yet our borders are open.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Lazy Days RV is the RV authority. What does that mean? That means if you want to buy, if you want to sell, if you want to trade, if you need maintenance, whatever, lazydays.com. When it comes to RVs, they have several locations, including that beautiful new facility for maintenance up north at I-25 and exit 240 right on the frontage road there on the east side. That's Lazy Days RV, and that's lazydays.com. You know what? When it comes to cars, Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin and his team are so cool. You know, you can drive by for a quick analysis if you need something's bothering you. Yeah, they'll be happy to talk to you. Then if you need more of a complete diagnostic, of course, they can do a really quick one for very low cost, including used car checks before you buy them. SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. Let me give you Kevin's number and give him a call. 303-455-7242. If you're looking for floor coverings of any kind, Simply Floors, Inc., and that's INC for Incorporated. Simply Floors, Inc. is a cool place. 3 showrooms and locations, and you can find them all at simplyfloorsinc.com. You can also make an appointment for them to come to your home with anything you're interested in. If it goes on the floor, you can find it there. They have giant area rugs. They have wall-to-wall carpeting of all kinds with their installers, the best in the biz. And they have, of course, hardwoods, solid. They have veneers. They have laminates. And they have luxury vinyl planking. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Hey, it's Michael Brown.
This is pretty. This tins is pretty.
Dropped it.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your
I always put it on the highest 30. I can't even imagine any less.
Come join us for a company-wide sale. Everything is up to 60% off.
With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. Imagine this. No more wasted time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after getting diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
When Tom Martino needed a new roof, he used Excel, and you should too. Jay here. For 31 years, Denver has trusted Excel Roofing. 303-761.
So I went to go fill up my water.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
You know what's important when you're going to go fill up water?
Just to have water?
Yeah, to have your cup with you.
Oh. Good luck getting it from the fountain, though.
I'm Dan Clark, host of Technically Speaking, an Intel podcast. Join me for season 2 as we explore the future of technology evolving today. In each episode, I'll speak with minds transforming medicine, healthcare, retail, entertainment, personal computing, and more with the help of AI. Join me every other Tuesday and explore the latest technology changing our world today and creating a more accessible tomorrow. Listen to Technically Speaking, an Intel podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Reach out to Tom Martino.
10 seconds.
Your voice be heard. Call
And now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW in the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, we're talking about estate planning, estate plans, and various ways to leave property, art, businesses, and things. We talked about the trust, which is a legal document that dictates what happens to your stuff, even long after you die. Now, can you make a trust? This is a composite of a text question or two, because they're like too long to read. But in essence, they want to know: can you make a trust? As I've said before, I've said this before. I hope I'm right. That not only controls what happens to your stuff through death and beyond the estate, but for the lives of your heirs in the trust. Can that happen? Or, Dan, does it have to be just for that one generation, for you? I mean, in other words, can I leave things to my children in a trust and dictate how they use those assets, their lives, for their lives? Or does that trust have to expire after a certain time?
It does have to expire after a certain time.
It does.
It's a pretty long amount of time.
Like how much time?
No, there's a statute. This is a crazy lesson in law school called the rule against perpetuities that prevents trust from going on forever. And lawyers figured out creative ways around that. But now Colorado has a statute. It's got to end like in 1,000 years. I mean, it's got a very long time. Right?
So you can literally have some assets and a small fortune or a big fortune, whatever.
Yeah.
And control how it's doled out for the entire life of your children.
Yeah. Yep.
And even beyond that.
Yes.
Do people often do that? Or just until the kids maybe get to a sane age?
Yeah, in my experience, most people seem to think after about 40, kids should be done with trusts. There are reasons that they're wrong about that I could go into. But,
now, does a trust then, if it's a revocable trust when you're alive, is it still a revocable trust when you die and they take over?
No.
It becomes irrevocable?
Yeah, because if they could just revoke it, we wouldn't do this, right?
Okay. So when it becomes irrevocable, then, you get to say when it ends. You do.
Correct. Yep.
Can all the people get together and decide when it ends? They can petition the courts.
Yes, yeah. Or there could be provisions in the trust agreement saying here's when it ends.
Now, this is very interesting. We have more coming up on this. And your calls at 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO.
Have you heard?
Okay.
Woohoo!
I think Copilot did a great job. So I can see where my sons use it for school. Angle of inclination of a ramp, C major scale for his music. Okay, now watch this. This one is, he did this one, which is, where is it? I like it. Water balloon ambush. Come on. Come on. Water balloon ambush. Right. Here's what he wrote. Jesse and Matt are on top of Lutheran High School, waiting to ambush Jackson with water. When they first see Jackson parking lot,
The angle of depression is 44. After Jackson walks 25 feet, the angle is 76. How far do they have to throw the balloons to hit Jackson?
In Donald Trump's hush money trial, ABC's John Santucci's former National Enquirer CEO David Pepper briefly took the stand just before court adjourned for the day.
He's going to come back to the stand tomorrow, but nevertheless, it just shows the speed to which Judge Merchan is moving these proceedings with the fact that openings are done. We're already on the first witness for prosecutors.
Pecker is a friend of the former president, but he's been called by the prosecution. Mr. Trump, meanwhile, speaking to reporters outside court today, says he plans to clear his name and fulfill his obligations.
I'm here instead of being able to be in Pennsylvania and Georgia and lots of other places campaigning.
Court is in recess until tomorrow morning. It adjourned early today in part because one of the jurors had a dental emergency. Daria Albinger, ABC News. Nearly 150 people face state and federal charges following an incident last month when migrants tried to climb a fence along the U.S.-Mexico border.
A key piece of evidence is the video showing hundreds of people pushing on a chain link fence, cutting the razor wire, and rushing Border Patrol agents.
All of the individuals who were in that group are subject to a riot charge.
El Paso County District Attorney Bill Hicks.
I'm sure that some of those will plead out and be released from our county jail back to Border Patrol to be deported.
The county's chief public defender says the migrants in custody still have the right to make an asylum claim. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Two chess masters are trying to break a record in the heart of New York City's Times Square. One of the players is from Nigeria. Another one is from Brooklyn. They faced off trying to set a world record.
Did you have a busy day today?
No, I tried to not schedule anything even after I get out of here, so just a little work day today.
You wanted to see me? Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely. Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know. Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
K-How News Time, 103. The Broncos have unveiled new uniforms and helmets, the first major uniform change for the team in 27 years. The helmets have a 50.
And Kelly hates them.
I do not like them. It's a true thing.
There are 9 primary uniform combinations. A current and former Colorado senator discussing bipartisanship and compromise in an event at CSU today. Democratic Senator Michael Bennett and Republican former Senator Cory Gardner discussing the importance of finding compromise, ways to find common ground, and the power and fragility of democracy. Gardner says it's important to listen to those whose opinions you may disagree with.
We have to listen to each other. We have to make sure that we are finding ways to work with one another, that our community is vibrant. It's an important part, not just internally, but there are outside powers and forces.
Senator Bennett says he and Gardner's record of bipartisan accomplishment for Colorado demonstrates the value of finding common ground for the.
Where you get ice from?
That's the latest.
What?
Where you get ice from?
Ryan brought it.
Oh, never mind.
Sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz
I
Podcast.
didn't think that freezer or fridge had ice in it.
No. It's still busted.
From one end of town to the other.
Ridiculous.
West end, I-70 eastbound between Golden Highway 58 and Kipling, stop-and-go traffic continues through ongoing road work. Over on the east end of town, I-70 eastbound at this time, some slow driving between Peoria and Pena Boulevard for folks heading to the I-A. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, high 75 this afternoon, nice warm. Overnight low of 40. Things cooling down a little bit tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 63, and on Wednesday, high 77. Current temperature in Denver 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 6:30 KHOW.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Israel strikes back, attacking Iran. We explain what's happening right now.
Plus, the Attorney General admits that fentanyl is the worst drug threat in American history, and yet our borders are open.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Wow.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I can refer you to who's on our referral list. I can give you Excel roofing.
They're on top of it.
Oh, so you wanted advice on that? Okay, sure. We can ask Tom about it. What's your name? Or just hang up on me. Okay.
It's because you're too perky.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Because everything is still expensive. You got that right. You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station 630 K-House. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000.
10 seconds here, guys.
Our website, Cash. That's Cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255 is the studio number. And the Troubleshooter number 24/7 is 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. What does that mean? That means you can call that number, and if we're not there, you leave a message, and we will get back to you and get you on the show. So if you have a problem, question, or complaint, call us. A lot of interesting topics today. We have Dan McKenzie with us from coplans.co, which is his website for estate planning. Also 833 CO Plans. And we were talking about a number of things when it comes to leaving your stuff behind for heirs. You can do a trust, and you can do an LLC, and that LLC can survive death with an operating agreement that can pretty much spell out some certain things. Now let's talk about trust. Why would someone do an irrevocable trust? Why would they have a trust that can't be changed? I just don't understand that.
Yeah.
The concept.
Usually they are trying to get some assets out of their estate for estate tax purposes, or they are trying to get some asset protection, trying to get assets out of their name so that if they get sued or get a creditor, that
so
those
they
assets
normally
are
a
not part of
target or something, or do they anticipate being a target?
it. Yeah, that can happen. Yes.
So does that irrevocable trust truly become their irrevocable? I mean, they don't have control over it.
There's a lot of things you can do to slip in ways to give them some protection or some ability to keep amending things, but the more flexibility you give yourself, the easier it is for your creditors to pierce it.
Now, if you have an irrevocable trust, can it be used to shelter you from liability?
It's possible. It's got to be set up in a state that has a statute that allows that. And Colorado is not one of those states. So
what do you mean by that?
So there are certain states where they will let you do a self-settled trust, a trust for your benefit with your own funds, and also still qualify as asset protection.
What is this? What does that mean, self-settlement trust?
You're creating the trust. You're putting your assets into it. You're potentially benefiting from that trust. And yet they're going to say it's protected from creditors. And so states
They don't
like,
do that here.
No.
Okay.
And it's
Wait a
it's,
minute.
it's
So are you saying an irrevocable trust here does not protect you?
not for asset protection?
No?
No.
No.
Now, if you're putting your own assets in there and you're creating it, like no, you gotta go to a state that has a statute.
Well,
that
wait a
allows
minute
that.
then. Am I allowed to go to another state if I live here?
Sure. Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. So you must have people then that come in and say, Dan, I want to protect my assets in an irrevocable trust. And then you say we have to do it in another state. And that's totally legal.
Yeah.
And when they go to another state, they don't have to be a resident. They don't have to establish residency or anything.
No, I mean each state has its own requirements for what needs to be done. You probably have to have a professional trustee in that state. So states like Nevada and Wyoming and South Dakota have entire industries now set up to create these trusts.
If you go to those states
Yeah.
and set up an irrevocable trust, it cannot be touched by creditors.
A lawyer's never going to say anything that definite. It depends on when you set it up, when the creditor came. There's rules, so it's got to be in place for several years.
I know they're look backs, but let's say right now I set up an irrevocable trust in another state where they allow creditor protection.
Yeah.
And I don't have any problems in my past, and something comes up. Now,
that's a strong case, right? But people ask me, can I be sued if? It's like the answer is yes. And then the problem with these domestic trusts and why people continue to go offshore to places like the Cook Islands or whatever else is because we have the full faith and credit clause, the United States Constitution, saying that each state is supposed to give full faith and credit to other states' judgments, right? So there's still not entirely settled as to whether these trusts really work in every circumstance. It's stronger to go offshore, but then you got even more hassle.
Now, we're talking about protecting someone's assets from creditors, but can they still use the assets put in irrevocable trust?
Obviously, there's restrictions, right? Because you have to have this other trustee because they have to have instructions about when they're providing these assets, right? So you can't just go in there and grab them and say, you know what, I need the money, so I'm taking it.
No, I'm saying using it.
Mm-hmm.
Like a big home. Mm-hmm. Can you continue to use that home in an irrevocable trust?
Yeah, there's ways to do that. Yep.
What about the really wealthy that have a yacht?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Yeah.
You can put that in an irrevocable trust, and then you can still pretend you own it. Do everything you want on it.
You can still use it, yeah.
Do you have to pay for the use?
That probably is part of the, to make it look like, I don't really own this thing anymore. Now I'm borrowing it from my trust and I'm paying rent like I would to any other person who owns this asset.
And then that goes to the assets of the trust.
Correct.
Okay, but you're saying if that's done in another state, it's still possible that that other state can let it go for creditors if you belong in a state where they don't allow it.
Correct. I mean, there's Supreme Court cases now where people are challenging these things, right? So, yes.
Now, when they go offshore, isn't that risky? Let's take the yacht example.
Yep.
They put a yacht in an irrevocable trust. They get sued, or whatever. Somebody wants something. What is so powerful about that offshore trust?
So again, certain places, the Cook Islands has been very popular lately, have statutes saying we do not honor the judgments of other jurisdictions. We are not taking judgments from the United States.
Can they order you, if you can't be the trustee of an offshore trust, can you?
Right,
or not?
right.
No.
Yeah, you gotta have a
because
trustee there.
if you were a trustee, couldn't your own state order you to release the property?
Correct.
So on purpose, it's another trustee in another country that you don't control.
Right, but you're giving them the instructions. So, you've been part of drafting the trust.
But what's to keep somebody from Cook Islands? What's to keep fraud from going? How do you protect yourself if it's not the full faith and credit of the U.S.? If you have an offshore trustee who lives in the Cook Islands, and who cares if they're an attorney there? It's the Cook Islands. It's not the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying, I'm not trying to insinuate that they're not ethical, but how truly do you protect yourself? Are these trusts? What's to keep a government from saying we're no longer going to protect you, or in other words,
you can't help but believe if a $100 million yacht is sitting somewhere, that trustee couldn't be tempted to use it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want
rent it out.
Yeah, you need a jurisdiction where it's like you trust it, it's stable, the laws seem well drafted, and
that's where a lot of Americans go, is the Cook Islands.
That has been a very popular place lately. You know, it used to be Switzerland, of course. Switzerland now, I think, has been a little bit shamed out of being that locale.
No, but so some governments are almost forced by pressure into cooperating with the U.S.
Yeah. I mean, if you look, you might have heard
The
about
Cook
the
Islands
Panama
doesn't
Papers,
care.
right? Yeah. They care. Yeah.
They do care. Or
They
they
do
don't?
not care, right? Yeah.
Okay, so what are the Cook Islands? Are they a normal free society or what?
It's like a very, very small little chain of islands.
And they made it a whole industry.
Yeah.
Do they? Would you say there are a ton of trusts there? Irrevocable.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. Yes. Interestingly,
Is it illegal for a U.S. attorney to set up someone out there?
Oh no, it's illegal if we are trying to evade creditors, right? I mean, you really
Right,
get
but
in
if you
trouble for
have
that.
no danger in your horizon, or in the past, and you do it, that's fine.
Correct. Yeah.
You're free to do it.
Yes. My predecessor on the show, that's what he does. Blake Harris, right?
Yeah,
He
Blake
specializes in
Harris,
that.
right.
Yeah, that's what he does now.
Cook Islands. Now, following that vein, what if, though, you had a depreciable property for your business and you put it there? You can't continue to take the benefit of depreciation and all that on something that you no longer own, right?
That seems unlikely to me, right? So yeah, probably not. I'm not a tax expert.
No, you're
but
doing a logical thought that
Yeah.
if it's not yours anymore, then you don't get to depreciate it.
Yeah, it's really got to be treated like it's not yours.
If it is yours and it was in your business, like the yacht, and it's fully depreciated, and you sell it for a dime, you got a dime of gain. Now, you're not a tax guy, but theoretically, when you put it into the trust, does it have to be assigned a value?
Yeah, I mean, you're usually gifting assets over or selling them to the trust for fair market value of some sort. So yes, there usually is some sort of appraisal process.
So I'm curious, if you had a fully depreciable asset, if you gifted it to the irrevocable trust in the Cook Islands, if there would be a taxable event on you because you had fully taken its depreciation. That is a very complicated question.
Yeah.
And you work, I imagine, with tax attorneys and accountants on that.
Yeah, when you're doing these kinds of trusts, you need the financial advisor, the accountant. Like, it's a team effort here. You're not just, with revocable trust, of course, you can change it. So if you do make a mistake, usually it's quite fixable. Irrevocable trusts are different.
All of this is very fascinating to me. Of course, I don't have that wealth where I would have to worry about Cook Island Trust or stuff like that. But I mean, I can see where people, do you think the very, 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 very wealthy, the multi-billionaires routinely have trusts or not?
They definitely do. And the amount of wealth you need to make these worthwhile is less than you think. Because
Okay, because it's really, they're truly wealthy, probably have more protection.
they don't, like if Bill Gates probably gets sued 1,000 times a year, if he loses all of them, it probably would not have any impact on his lifestyle.
I see what you're saying. So it's really those in-between people.
Yeah, the people, I mean, $2 million can make you kind of interesting to a potential plaintiff.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Bobby, you have a question. What is it, Bobby?
Hey, Tom, long-time listener.
Thank you, Bobby. What's happening?
I just got a quick question. I was, unfortunately, I'm going to file for divorce, and I am also going to look for a house at the same time. I've been looking for them, but my wife she's not even part of it. You know what I mean? She's not going to be on the lease or the mortgage or anything.
Yeah.
I'm doing it all on my own.
Yeah.
But my question is should I purchase the house after? Should I get divorced?
Oh, that is such a good question. Hang on, we'll come right back to you because I'm running late, and I want to take the time to answer that. It's good that you called before it happened. 303-713-8255.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity
very
theft, but
interesting
everyone
discussion.
can save up to 25% their first year with my name Clay as the promo
So
code
when you get a
at
complicated one like that, do
lifelock.com.
you work with Blake?
All right, let's talk about ZeroResDenver.com. Do you know what I love about Zero Res? Nothing. That means their water has nothing in it. I love the company. Now, let me tell you why. Because of nothing. No soaps, no chemicals, no emulsifiers. Yeah, no hassles, no high prices. ZeroResDenver.com has the most super soft, alkaline-based, extremely pure water, which, by the way, because it's so pure, it can absorb all of the stuff you need it to. The best cleaning agent in nature. Listen, it was proven to me when I take some of this water. Do you know blood stains? They kind of melt right out. You think, wait a minute, what did I just use? It was water. Water. That's right, water. I took super glue off my fingers with this water. It's not corrosive. No. It's gentle. But it's a cleaning agent, the best in nature, for your carpets, your upholstery, your even duct cleaning they do. They do tile and grout. ZeroResDenver.com, always specials like $33 a room. Get Zerofied, okay? Now that's starting at $33 a room. You better call for the current special. Now listen to this one. When you get Zerofied, you're going to know it. Not only do they look clean, they feel clean, they dry clean, faster, stay clean longer. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Hey, K&H Home Solutions is what they are, and they've been around 65 years, starting out at K&H Windows. And you know what? They have, speaking of windows, Alpine Windows, they've partnered with wonderful, sturdy, thermally insulated frames like fiberglass that are wonderful. What you want is to check them out. You will never find a better window, and they're made right here in Colorado. You want K&H in your home for great products, quality, and beauty and efficiency. That's 303-421-7100, 421-7100, khwindows.com.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Trudeau with Fraser Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for your
If your stuff is in an LLC and you don't own it,
and have tedious administrative provisions.
but your kids own it, that could shelter it.
It could. It could. Again, it comes down to, do you have some control over it? When you're talking about your own kids, like, that's a related party. Like, everyone knows. Like,
Yeah,
you
but
have control over them.
but if they say to you, get this out of here, settle this lawsuit, we want it, and you say no, it's not mine, and the kids say no, and they vote no. I mean, I want to know what could compel. What could compel, unless they think it's a shell, you know.
Yeah, there's going to be some investigation into, like, are they
When
really
was it formed?
independent?
Why was it formed? Do they run this? How do they run it?
Are the kids just taking instructions from you? I mean, you know, I can give stuff to my kids, but it's like, that's still, like, I could create a trust and put my son in charge of it. It's like, no, that's related party.
You mean the irrevocable trust?
Yeah.
What if my son moved to the Cook Islands? Seriously.
No, I mean, I think it's not as strong as still your son. I mean, I think it's not as, well, how are they going to get it out of there, I guess. I don't know.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you really got to give up control to make it work. And they're going to look. Like, it's not like
What about
BS
the earnings on stuff in the trust?
Yeah.
If it's something that earns.
Yeah, trust tax rates are quite high. Like, the tax, you hit the highest income tax bracket at $13,000, whereas individuals it's $250,000. Right? So if you're earning income inside a trust.
So if you have an income-producing property inside of
an irrevocable trust, though, who gets the income? Can you make it go to you?
You can, yeah, if it's, yeah.
Will
So if
that
it's
make
immediate.
a connection where they say, wait a minute, if you're getting money from there, now that money gets
Well, the
diverted
money
to
that's coming out is losing all that protection. So you're just limiting, you're immediately taking all the income so that you can pay your tax rate as opposed to the trust. But yeah, now you're losing that protection because it's in your account.
for the income, but not for the asset itself. The asset's still protected.
Yeah.
Or can they make the argument, if you're getting the income, that must be yours?
I don't know. I think you can get the income.
This report is sponsored.
I find it very fascinating.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's, I had someone come in a few weeks ago who had a Cook Islands trust, and the attorney who had set it up for him is going to jail because he had helped another client move assets after that client had started to develop problems. So.
So there's a
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com has the semaglutide in a compounded form. You can get right away, $250 a month. Compare that to $1,400 a month for brand names, if you can even get it. DenverRegen.com. All right, so, Bobby, you have called at the right time, and that is, of course, before it's a problem. And you want to know, you're filing for divorce. Now, here's the thing. When you say filing for a divorce, when will you be doing this, and does she know it?
Yes, she does. We're both in agreement. Yeah.
Okay.
So she definitely
Do you
does.
guys own a home right now?
We do not, and that's the second question. We are leasing, and we've been leasing for at least 3 or 4 years at this rental unit. And also, I listen to you a lot, and the first 2 years we had a signed contract, and then after that, it was just because our landlord is out of state. So I was just making payments through Venmo.
So you no longer have a lease, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, from what you said, and then doesn't it turn into just 30 days since after, you know what I mean?
It
after
depends on the
have a
original.
signed
If the
contract.
original lease required 60 days notice, then the new month to month would require 60 days notice. Everything in the previous lease would be enforced in the month to month. But then they could say, well, now you have a new month to month and change that. But if they did not do that, most of the terms and conditions carry over. So do you have a 30-day notice on the previous one?
I would have to look at my
whatever
lease
it is
contract,
what
but
you
I would-
have. So if you have, but here's the deal. Always check with an attorney on a legal document, because I don't have privy to that, and I'm not an attorney. So, but look at your lease. Now, once you get out of that, if you let your wife assume it and stay there, but you're still on it, you're hooked. Even if the courts say she gets the apartment, the courts can say one thing, but divorce decrees do not have to be honored by creditors. Do you understand that? If they split up a credit card in the courts, that doesn't mean the credit card company can't still come after you. They can. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that a court order from divorce inures upon the creditors. It does not. Okay? Now, that's first thing. Second thing, if you're going to buy a house, you can't do it until the divorce is final, because otherwise it's going to be marital property. Now, when you file for divorce, there's an automatic stay on finances, meaning that everything freezes and you really can't make major purchases. Or if you do, they're subject to being part of the divorce. So, I mean, I would not do it until it's final.
Awesome. That's great advice. And like
Now,
I said,
of course,
it's
like I
nothing
said,
that-
if you want to go with an attorney, if you're going to do this right, are you guys trying to do this divorce on your own?
Yeah, it's going to be probably through mediation. I mean, we have.
Okay, that's good. Hold on. That's good. Get an attorney mediator. Okay? An attorney mediator can mediate. And if you both don't have attorneys, that's fine. One attorney can mediate. And then, in addition to mediating, they can write it up. Okay? So that's a good thing. And it will save you a ton of money.
Okay.
So I love that you're doing it. In fact, I have a recommendation for you. His name is Lawrence King.
Okay.
Now, he's a great guy. He's an attorney mediator, and it's called Divorce Resolutions.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you
What's the
something.
number, Tom?
Divorce Divorce Resolutions. He's not on my referral list, but the guy's a great guy, and we don't really have people that do mediation. Well, we kind of do and kind of don't. They mainly do divorces. But anyway, Larry, that's all Larry does. That's all he does. So here's what it is. It's 303-650-1750. Now, if one of you get an attorney, it can be really weird. So if you either both get an attorney or both don't have an attorney, is fine. But so that's what you really want to do, is file there, save yourself some money. Okay?
Call today. I mean, that's one thing he taught me. Like, don't do nothing dumb unless, you know what I mean? So I'm glad I called you.
Yeah, call. In fact, you want to do that. Now, he's not going to talk to you alone. So when you call, you just say, look, I'm calling for both of us. And, because he won't talk about your case with you alone, ever.
Okay.
So you don't ask him, for example, should I wait to buy my house? He cannot give you advice on that. He can only help you with stuff you guys already have and want to dispose of when you guys are together. That's what mediation is. Otherwise, you create a conflict of interest and it spoils the whole relationship. Okay?
Okay, Tom.
Sure thing, and I wish you well. I hope everything goes well. Sorry this is happening, I guess, but sometimes it's inevitable. 303-713-8255. Now, what's your question for Mackenzie, for Dan Mackenzie? Steve, what do you have?
So my father left my brother and I a condo in a trust that goes on forever and ever and ever. My brother wants to buy me out of it, but he wants to keep it in the trust. Is there a way of doing that?
Probably would need to see the trust agreement to see what that means exactly. And it really is going to be driven by that trust agreement. Do you have the trust agreement?
We do.
Okay. And
now, in general, is that a difficult thing to do?
Who's the trustee?
My brother and I.
Okay, you're both trustees?
Yes.
Okay. You got to be a little bit careful because there is prohibition on self-dealing, So, I guess if it's just you two are both trustees and you're the only beneficiaries. I don't know if you listened to the whole show. Earlier in the show, we were discussing, look, there could be benefits to, your kids or his kids if you have kids. And you got to be a little bit careful there about selling out trust interests when other people might be affected down the road. So,
will there be anybody else affected by this?
It's a 88-page trust. That's
Wow.
insane.
You should have Mackenzie look it over.
And
You really should. You should have him look it over. He can, you can hire him for just one thing, or you can hire him for a few things, but that's where you want to start. And he's available at Excuse me, 833. He's local, but it's 833. It's easy to remember. 833 CO plans. 303-713-8255. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
A couple sore spots throughout the Denver metro for the early afternoon commute. I-25 north and southbound, we're seeing highway speeds from one end of town to the other. Over on the west end, I-70 eastbound between Golden Highway 58 and Kipling, stop-and-go traffic continues through ongoing roadwork. Over on the east end of town, I-70 eastbound this time, some slow driving between Peoria and Pena Boulevard for folks heading to DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, high 75 this afternoon, nice and warm. Overnight low of 40. Things cooling down a little bit tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 63, and on Wednesday, high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the trial that defined a man and a nation. We're talking about when John Adams defended the British soldiers over the Boston Massacre.
theartofgranite.com, that's the website, and I'll give you the phone number, 303-386-5919. Do you know why? Because you can call right now and get a price on your countertops, whether it be granite or any other material. They do it all. They also have special incentives like big discounts or free edge treatments or free backsplashes, free sinks, free vanity in the bathroom. Whatever you do, call them and get your price on the phone at theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Tear out and haul away is always free, and wholesale on all countertop materials, 303-386-5919. LazyDays.com. That's for Lazy Days RV. LazyDays.com is your RV authority, which means if you're looking to buy new or used, or even looking to sell or trade, or you need service, it's all at LazyDays.com, the new service facility up north at I-25 and exit 240. People come from all over to get their RVs serviced, even if you didn't buy it there. It's wonderful. That's exit 240, I-25, right on the frontage road. And remember, dealerships for buying and selling, LazyDays.com.
Fix It 24/7 is our liars. They don't do what they say that they will do.
Bring them on, Tom.
What is? Tell me what specifically he means, though.
That?
What specifically is he complaining about? Did he call him for something? I don't mind discussing anything.
So he's complaining about Fix It 24/7, and I was told that.
Like what? What specifically?
He said that the advertisements state that they come out and they clean everything for a certain price.
Okay, so get him on if he wants.
He didn't want to. He hung
He
up.
did not want to. He's going to send us an email, and I'll send it to you. It's not the first time we've got Fix It complaints.
It won't help me unless I have specifics.
Yeah, that's what I asked him to put down. That's what I've been trained to do, is have them send in all their contact information, a brief synopsis.
And just really brief, that's all I need to know.
Well, he also basically said, no, I actually wanted to talk about a car, and then he hung up. And then he called back to verify the email address. So he's going to send us something. Zero.
this one post I did just continues to kick ass. It's so stupid. I mean, it's about what was trending on the Christmas day you were born. That's it. It was all I did is copy and pasted most of it, like of some of the events, you know.
Yeah.
So you could, I made a link where you can look up the year you were born and what was happening on Christmas. I mean, it's really like a repost almost.
Yeah.
Okay, Janice,
I
thanks
did
for
that
being
on
patient.
LinkedIn,
We're
you know,
coming
but I
to you
didn't
right
think
after
it
the
would-
break,
it just-
okay?
it's
So
just
just be
I
ready.
did it at Christmas time. It's been continuing to just
Perfect.
every
Hold on.
month to lead all my posts. It's just because now I realize that when you make things personal, like people want to know, like my birthday, right? I think that's what's doing it. My birthday,
Hello?
what happened on my birthday?
Hello?
Hmm.
10 seconds.
.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk. What's going on in your life? Janice, what's happening with your employment? What's going on, Janice?
I'm a gig worker. I drive for a company, and I'm contracted through them. And Friday, I went to clock in, and I received a text saying that I needed to check my inbox. So I did, and it was a termination email, effective immediately.
From
and
who?
I've been deactivated from the app and from GoPuff.
What is that?
It's a delivery service. We
Okay.
deliver anything you order.
Oh, really?
within
So
30
they
minutes or
deliver
whatever.
they basically deliver anything.
Yeah, pretty much. We do, at the facility I work at, we don't do alcohol, but we do tobacco and vape to the morning after pill and everything in between.
Wow. So okay. So anyway, you just simply got notice one day you're no longer with us.
Right, and they gave a reason.
What
Which I
is
know
it?
this is a no-fault state. Theft.
Theft? Wait, they're accusing you of stealing?
And in multiple occasions, I have engaged in this activity, they say.
What?
And
do they give
and it's all
specifics?
done- No, and they won't give me any information, and everything's done through email. They have no phone contact. But yet they give me the right to appeal and dispute it in 168 hours to do that, but yet I don't know what I'm disputing or defending myself against.
That's so weird. Like you have no idea. Like, could it be, how does it work? Like Uber or Lyft?
I don't really know because I don't know those situations. This is what happens.
Well, what do you
I'm
mean?
contracted
How do you
to
get your
pick up-
gigs? Tell me how it works.
I'm employed by this company called GoPuff, who I'm contracted with GP Logics LLC, and that's who my contract's with. But my dealings are all done with Go Drive. That's the app, and everything is done through the app. And I go to the warehouse where I normally work. You can work. I'm 1099, so I can work two other warehouses. But I work this one in Westminster, and you go there, you clock in, and then you
Wait.
receive an
Do you have to
offer.
go physically to a location to clock in?
No, I do it out through the app, but you have to be so close to it to clock in.
Well, so close to what? What do you mean?
So close to the facility.
Oh,
where I pick
really?
up the orders.
So what? Why do you have to be close to this facility? That's not where you pick up your stuff, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yes,
you
it is.
make deliveries just for one supplier?
For one warehouse, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
And at this warehouse, they have all of the products they deliver. It's like being for an Amazon place. I mean, it's one warehouse.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah,
I
a
get
lot of
you
people
now.
refer to it. Yeah. Yeah. And so you clock in, and then you receive an offer via text through the app, and you accept it or you don't accept it. You accept it. You go in, you scan the order, which is usually bagged because we pull none of the product. It's all pulled for us and bagged, and everything's ready to go. My job is I pick it up and I deliver, and
Okay.
that's all I do.
And then one day
And
they
no-
said,
and is it no
you're gone. So
Right.
are they,
Yeah,
did you,
Friday.
well, Janice, have you ever stolen anything when you were at the warehouse?
No, and I've never stolen anything from a package in my vehicle from the warehouse. I've returned everything that's been canceled.
Well, that's your
or-
defense then. You simply say you have never, ever taken anything at all.
I have said that and everything, and then they tell me that, and I asked them about an investigation.
Well, to
'Cause if it's
appeal,
done
right? You
multiple
asked them to
times-
appeal, and what did they say?
Right, and they said they don't, I took notes, because it's all in email.
Sure.
It says material breach and agreed that they don't discuss internal investigations or termination or post-termination things, but yet we're going to appeal it. But then they give me the right to appeal it. I'm so confused and I'm so in shock.
I don't blame you, but man, I mean, it would have been better for them just to say, we don't want you anymore, or you don't measure
Right.
up or something. In other words, why did they go ahead and give you a reason like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, and then here's another thing, Tom. I've worked there 4 years. I have over 12,000 deliveries under my belt.
Holy!
And I have no
I've
complaints.
never even heard
I
of
have-
this place. So by the name of it, Go Puff, I can assume
Mm-hmm.
they only deal with marijuana and vaping and all of that stuff.
No. We don't do any marijuana.
Well, I
They
don't
do
mean
alcohol
marijuana
and some-
itself, but the paraphernalia.
I don't know.
Well, do you
I
sell
know
vape
one time
pens?
we
Do you
did-
sell vape? Do you sell those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
And then you sell
Yeah.
all of the vape juices?
Yeah, I believe so. We sell what they. Yeah.
And you sell.
It's like a huge. It's like a huge truck stop.
Wow.
Anything you want, you can get there.
But when you
can
go to
get
that, are there any people at the warehouse you can talk to?
Yes and no, because they're employees of GoPuff. They're totally different than what we are. They're because GoPuff and GoDrive are two different things because we're independent, of course, but not all of us are independent drivers. But they can't tell us anything, and there's a manager, but they manage at least 2 other facilities, so they're never there, and there's no shipping.
Where is
There's just
GoDrive
what they call-
located?
It's an app. It's in Philadelphia.
And is that where your email's coming from, the GoDrive people?
GoPuff support or GoDrive, yeah.
Well, which one is it?
Let's see. I don't know. I should check then.
All right, break when you can, Tom.
All right, listen, I got to take a break. Janice, I don't want to cut
Okay.
you loose unless, I would like to try to find out.
Yeah.
But hold on. A real quick question.
Okay.
Are there any phone numbers for these people?
No. There,
All right,
there is, but you get it before. Okay.
All right. Hang on. And
Okay.
Kachina, I want to get her back on tomorrow where we can ask people if they've had similar experiences because we're getting toward the end of the show and I want to take Frank right after this. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Speeds improving out of the downtown area this afternoon. I-25 southbound after 6th Avenue. A crash remains in the right lane with slow traffic back from Colfax. Luckily, only about 2 or 3 minutes of delays. You are going to see delays on 6th Avenue eastbound to I-25 as well. Stopped up traffic between Federal and the ramp to I-25 southbound. Heading east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard westbound. Bridge maintenance operations continue at Gun Club Road. Expect some brief congestion throughout. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, another warm one out there today. Partly cloudy skies, high 75, overnight low of 40. Things cooling down a little bit tomorrow with a high of 63. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
You know, I really don't like the state of affairs when it comes to personal injury because you get attorney. There are many good attorneys, but you get most of them just advertising, and they all say the same thing. But when you go to call, you call a call center or an intake committee. I mean, one law firm that I know actually bragged about having 3 giant call centers with hundreds of operators to take their call. Why would you want to brag about that? I mean, obviously you're a number when you get to that point. Well, with John Fuller, he does things a different way. He has pledged only to take the number of cases that he can work personally, with his support staff, of course, but he'll take your call. And then if you decide it's a good fit with him, he'll work on a contingency fee basis, and you get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. Notice the difference if that's what you want, personal attention. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, Simply Floors, Inc. will get you the best floor experience you've ever gotten anywhere. You know, if you want to buy new floor coverings of any kind, luxury vinyl planking, hardwoods, veneers, laminates, or you want carpeting, they can do it all. And you can find out more at their website, make an appointment for them to come to your house, or you can just drop by one of the showrooms. Go to Simply Floors Inc., I-N-C, simplyfloorsinc.com for the best experience. Great salespeople, great installers, great service and products. simplyfloorsinc.com. When you are facing retirement or the prospects of retirement, the earlier the better when it comes to creating income. And what you might want to do is consider converting any money you've accumulated to produce income. What you need to do is call Joe Chiano and his team. He's a certified financial planner. And what that means is he is going to look for the best plan for you to create solid, guaranteed income, guaranteed no losses while you're growing of gain or principal. That's 303-779-6600, 779-6600, mymoneymyway.com.
I'm still...
Woo!
Whoa, hello.
Toasty.
It's a little hot. Holy crap.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ with a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy
Get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family, or people you like.
Get more lines, more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Remember, management practices visit StraightTalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Now you know all about the shortages on Ozempic, the diabetic drug being used for weight loss. So what if you have diabetes? Having trouble finding the drug? Good news. Denver Regen Clinic has the compounded form of semaglutide at just $250 a month. So in addition to providing it for weight loss, they can also help treat diabetes. DenverRegen.com. Just $250 a month. DenverRegen.com.
The I Heard Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like One Hit Wonders Radio. The greatest one-hit wonders of all time. Ones you definitely remember. And ones that'll make you say, oh yeah. Just open the free I Heard Radio app, search One Hit Wonders, and listen now, commercial-free. Free never sounded so good. I listen in the morning because he's smart and witty. Michael Brown. Yeah, Brownie knows his stuff.
10 seconds, guys.
Fueling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
on Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. Frank, go ahead. What's going on, Frank?
Tom, I know you addressed this before, but I'm going to bring it up again because I got a letter from Excel Energy.
So did I. They're
Yeah.
offering these home warranties again.
Exactly.
They suck.
What do you? Can you believe that though? I mean, it's
Well, they want to make
unbelievable.
money. I can believe it. There's nothing wrong with those. But here's the bottom line. They will not tell you what is covered or not covered until you have a claim. Look, it's the same with every single appliance or home warranty is the same. They suck because, and again, you can call back and we can get you on tomorrow, but they make you pay based on what you have in the house, but don't tell you if it's covered or not because you have to wait for it to break down for them to evaluate it to see if it was pre-existing. By the way, Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, coplans.co. Don't forget 303 Martino. Call 24/7.
Follow
Thanks,
Tom
man.
Martino
You're clear.
at Real.
So what do you do? Add, I don't even know, is there coverage you can add to your homeowner's policy?
Here's the problem. No. But the problem is they don't have warranties that work. Because here's what they do. It's truly what they do. They have exclusions for normal wear and tear, owner abuse, and owner abuse and normal wear and tear. Normal abuse, normal wear and tear, and previous conditions.
Okay.
Think about that. Think about what I just said. Normal wear and tear, previous condition, or owner abuse. So what would break down your appliance? What would it be? If it's not one of those three, a catastrophic failure. Okay, but you don't get to know that until you have a claim. So you're paying, let's say, based on 10 appliances and systems. Okay, now 3 years later, this one goes bad, but they say, oh, it's previous condition. This one goes bad, oh, they say that's owner abuse. This one goes bad, and they say, oh, pre-existing condition, whatever. What I'm saying is, well, you paid for this many for 3, 4, 5 years, but you get to find out what's covered. It's pay us now, we'll let you know what's covered later.
Once we find out what you're claiming.
Exactly. I mean, how could you possibly? So my solution, they say, well, what solution do you have? And I say, here's my solution. Inspect my home. Tell me what's covered.
Yeah.
That's it. Take a stand.
Yeah.
Like, I love the UPS commercial. I mean, it should be